Welcome, everyone, to the first public meeting of the Department of Toxic Substances Control Environmental Justice Advisory Council. Today, we will have interpretation provided by Mark Gutierrez and Leticia Reina. Mark, can you please interpret?
Indeed. Muy buenos días a todos. Dados que tenemos quórum, daremos inicio a la reunión y les informaremos, claro, que se está grabando. Bienvenidos a la primera reunión pública del Consejo Asesor de Justicia Ambiental del Departamento de Control de Sustancias Tóxicas. Hoy tendremos interpretación al vivo disponible por parte de Mark y Leticia.
Thank you so much. Today is June 30th, and it is 10:06. My name is Kat, and I will be your facilitator today. Today, that means guiding this group through the meeting using Robert's rules, but my role, as well as these parliamentary rules used today, are temporary depending on how the EJAC wants this council to function. Please interpret.
Bien, hoy es el día 30 de junio, son las 10:06 de la mañana. Yo me llamo Kat y seré la moderadora para el día de hoy. Esto significa que guiaré a este grupo durante la reunión utilizando las reglas Robert. Mi función, así como esas reglas parlamentarias utilizadas hoy, son temporales dependiendo de cómo el Consejo Asesor desee que funcione este consejo de aquí en adelante.
Before we begin today's meeting, I'd like to share a few housekeeping items related to the facilities, Zoom participation, interpretation, and the public comment period. Can you please translate?
Antes de comenzar la reunión de hoy, me gustaría compartir algunos asuntos administrativos relacionados con las instalaciones, la participación en Zoom, la interpretación y el periodo de comentarios públicos. Thank you, Kat.
Thank you. As mentioned previously, we will have translation today provided by Mark and Leticia. Please note the interpretation globe, and please click it and select your language. All participants need to select a language, either English or Spanish, to be able to hear the translators. Translate.
Bien, hoy contaremos con interpretación al vivo por parte de Mark y Leticia, conforme ya mencionado. Por favor, busque el icono del globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla que dice Interpretation o Interpretación. Selecciónelo y seleccione su idioma. Todos los participantes deben seleccionar su idioma, ya sea inglés o español. Back to you, Kat.
Thank you. For both tablet and phone users, you can click the More button to find the interpretation option. For in-person translation, please ask for a headset at the front table just outside the room. Please translate.
Tanto los usuarios de tabletas como de teléfonos pueden hacer o seleccionar el botón que dice More o Más en la parte inferior de su pantalla para encontrar la opción de interpretación. Para traducción aquí en persona, por favor solicite unos auriculares en la mesa del frente, justo afuera de la sala. Thank you, Kat. Back to you.
Thank you, Mark. All right, please look around now for those in the room and identify two exits closest to you. In some cases, an exit may be behind you. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room. Please take your valuables with you and do not use the elevators. While staff will endeavor to assist you to the nearest exit, you should also know that you may find an exit door by following the ceiling-mounted exit signs. Evacuees will exit down the stairway and possibly to a relocation site across the street. If you cannot use stairs, you will be directed to a protective vestibule inside the stairwell. Should we have to relocate out of the building, please obey all traffic signals and exercise caution when crossing the street. Bathrooms are located outside the double doors to the left past the mezzanine. We will be hearing public comments today on agenda items 5 and 11. We will be hearing comments from both the public as well as online participants at these times. We'll call for virtual public comments by asking participants to raise their virtual hands. We ask that all Zoom participants remain muted until they are called on to speak. For virtual participants on a computer, you can find the raise hand feature under React. For phone or tablet virtual participants, you'll find this feature under More. For phone participants, you can raise or lower your hand by pressing *9. Once you have been called on, please unmute yourself to provide your public comment. For phone participants, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. We appreciate all participants staying on mute until it is your turn to speak. Please share your name and any affiliation before giving your public comment. We also ask that EJAC members and DTSC wait to respond to public commenters, if desired, until all speakers are heard to ensure that the commenters have enough time to speak. We also ask that EJAC members stay muted when not speaking. For in-person participants wishing to comment on agenda items 5 or 11, please fill out the corresponding comment card at the desk right outside the door. Remember which agenda item you signed up to speak for. Public comments will be heard in order. Wait until you hear your name called for your agenda items and then approach the microphone to make your comment. We will first call for in-person public comments to be heard in order. We will then hear Zoom participants in order. We will then call for comments from those on the Spanish language dial-in. And lastly, we will read public comments from the chat. The chat feature will not be turned on until these public comment periods. Technical support will be provided today by Elena Ortiz. In addition, the meeting materials can be found at https://dtsc.ca.gov/environmental-justice-advisory-council. This meeting is being recorded today, and the meeting recording and other meeting items, such as minutes, can be found at the previously mentioned website following the meeting. Now I'd like to call for the EJAC roll call. We ask that all EJAC members state their name and pronouns when called. Also, if you wish, feel free to share how you're feeling coming into this meeting today. I'll call in alphabetical order, starting with Miguel Alatorre.
Hello, everyone. This is Miguel Alatorre. Pronouns he, him. And I'm feeling really great about our first session today. I'm really looking forward to hearing from the public.
Thank you, Miguel. The next is George Galvis, who is not present today. Next, I'll call Kevin Hamilton.
This is Kevin Hamilton, SJV, Medical Advocates for Healthy Air. He, him pronouns. Yeah, this is amazing. I am honored to be here.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, we'll hear from Karen Lincoln.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. I'm Karen Lincoln. I'm representing Southern California, and I'm very excited to get things started. So thank you for having me virtually.
Thank you, Karen. Next is Nam Nguyen.
Hi everyone, my name is Nam Nguyen. I'm super excited to represent Southern California, especially San Diego. And I'm very excited to have our first meeting with the public and get started with our work.
Thank you, Nam. Next, we have Magali Sanchez Hall.
Buenos días a todas y todos. Magali Sanchez Hall, and very excited as well from Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Magali. Next, we have Lavon Stone, who is currently making her way up to this room. But we have quorum. So now I would like to review the meeting agenda and meeting agreements. Time is approximate on this agenda and subject to change. Agenda items may also be taken out of order to accommodate speakers and to maintain quorum. So today we're going to do the housekeeping, which is what we're doing right now. Then we're going to move into a discussion of leadership for the EJAC. Then we're going to talk about governance and where we are with setting up the governance structure for this body, as well as your work plan for the coming year. We're going to discuss a little bit about what we've heard from you all so far related to what you'd like to focus on. Then we're going to have a public comment period for about 10 minutes for anyone who wants to speak on the previous sessions. Then we're going to take a lunch break for an hour. Then we'll come back and repeat our housekeeping and intros. And then we're going to hear a presentation from DTSC, as well as a presentation by the Board of Environmental Safety. Then we will pause for a 15-minute break and return for a 60-minute approximately public comment session for items that are not on the agenda. And then we will close out. Don't forget to grab an agenda from the table outside the double doors if you are here in person today. Now I'm going to go over some meeting agreements. And EJAC members, let me know if there's anything you'd like to add to make you to help you participate better in this space today. So we are going to be present, put away our phones and other distractions, and practice active listening. We're going to take care of our needs, stretch, eat, drink, use the restroom as you need. There are no right or wrong answers. Everyone's experiences and opinions are important. Speak from the I, whether you disagree or agree. Please be uninhibited. Your response is valued. Make space and take space. Contribute and ensure others have opportunities to contribute as well. Lean into discomfort. Allow for conversations to have constructive conflict and accept non-closure. Focus on interests, not positions. Move away from arguing about solutions and identify the needs that must be met to solve a problem. EJAC members, are there any additions to these meeting agreements that would help you participate today, or changes?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Karen.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of visual aids, I think particularly for later in the afternoon when there are presentations, are we going to be able to see, excuse me, any of the slides in English?
You were only seeing the Spanish slides?
Yes.
We'll work on that with our AV folks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out, Karen. I appreciate it. We are sharing Spanish and English today.
Okay.
So we will work on what y'all are seeing.
Okay. Thank you.
That's right. So if you see at the top of your Zoom screen, Karen, you can see different meeting windows. You might be able to see Kat's Selm's shared screen and Elena Ortiz's shared screen. Do you see? Let me know if that option isn't available for you.
I don't see that option in
That's
terms of
not
view.
available on the cell phone.
Yeah, I don't see. It's just the general, the typical view, but there's no option to. Oh, wait. Let's see.
There should be a
actually
bar.
changed-
Came through for me. so
Yeah, I can see it. in
Oh,
here.
yes, I see it. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. As far as phone users go, I will get back to you on that. Hopefully you have that option as well to see different screens that are shared. I apologize that we don't have those instructions, but we will work on that. Am, are you able to see the English slides?
Yeah, I can see it perfectly fine.
Okay, sounds good. Right. So our next agenda item is in regards to leadership. I just want to check if Kevin and George are still on the line.
Yeah, we're still on the line.
Okay. So yeah, we are going to discuss possible nomination of co-chairs. We heard from some of you at the last onboarding meeting in May that you would like to consider the option of co-chairs where the chair's responsibilities are shared. The chair's responsibilities, just as a reminder, include presiding at full council meetings, coordinating with EJAC staff and consultants in helping develop agendas, participating and/or leading subcommittees, such as the Leadership Subcommittee and the Work Plan Subcommittee, which we will be discussing on the next agenda items, as well as assigning working group members based on their interest, and serving as the primary liaison with the Board of Environmental Safety. Also heard in May that you all wanted to meet one-on-one with each other to discuss this in advance of today's meeting. So before we proceed with any motion on the appointment of co-chairs, I just want to ask you all if you feel ready to proceed with this conversation today and the possible nomination of 2 co-chairs. So I will open the floor,
Yes.
to discussion. Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
This is Miguel and Kevin, and
Oh.
we agree that the discussion should move forward unless others object to that.
So just to clarify, Miguel, you're comfortable with voting today?
If the other EJAC members are comfortable, myself and Kevin are comfortable.
Yes.
Other folks, how are you feeling about this discussion today? Would you like to talk a little bit first? Are you feeling like you could make a vote?
Yeah, I would say that I'm comfortable voting today too.
Magali, I see your hand is raised. Please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to hold on just for the fact that we don't have enough information of who will be 100% committed to do this work and lead, and who will have also the time to do most of this work. So I think just to be considerate of everyone's time, and also that George is not here today, that if we can move and hold on to this election.
For that. Karen, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, I do. I agree with Magali. I am not prepared to vote today.
Okay. Questions for you all. And also just to let you know that our team spoke with George and he was comfortable with this proceeding today without him present. So I just want to let you all know that. I'm curious, for those who aren't ready, what do you need to be ready for this discussion? What would help? Is it more one-on-one conversations with each of you? Or yeah, just let me know what you think would help you be ready for this vote.
Well, this is Karen. I would be more prepared to vote if the EJAC had a meeting and we can have a conversation about some of the issues that Magali mentioned in terms of preparation, willingness, and ability to co-chair this committee. I don't yet have all of that information.
Thank you, Karen. And that information is related to the roles and responsibilities of the chairs.
For me, it's less related to the roles. It's more getting an understanding of each of the members and their interest in fulfilling the position. That's one aspect of it. I'd also like to hear from those who are ready to move forward and get an understanding of why they feel prepared to move forward. I think that would be helpful as well.
This is Kevin Hamilton speaking here.
Yeah, Miguel's holding the phone for me because I'm trying to keep us alive in Sacramento, downtown here. Yeah, so I think I know Miguel and I have talked about this. We have the advantage of working together in various settings. And I think it comes down to the willingness, I figured today, if possible, people who are interested, and that would be the first question, is to find out, is someone interested? I, for instance, am not interested in being a co-chair. I understand the requirements, and at this point in time, I wouldn't take that job because I could not meet those, and I wouldn't want to even step forward if I didn't believe, if I believed I could not meet those. And that's what we want to hear from somebody who does want the job. And hopefully there are several people who are interested. I know Miguel is one of them, who have the background and have the time to give this all the attention that it really needs. So if we have to wait a meeting to do that, then we do. That's fine as well. That's it.
Thank you, Kevin.
That's Kevin Hamilton.
You're welcome.
And this is Miguel. I would say on my end, I just feel like again, I have the willingness to co-chair or chair. I don't mind one or the other, and I do have the time. I wouldn't say um you know that I'm the only one that has the expertise. I would like to know like who else in our group would be interested in helping as a co-chair, or if they're interested in being the main chair, or however that works out. I would love to hear how that would look like and how we would do it together.
I drove.
So Miguel, I heard from you that you may have the willingness and the time and capacity for a co-chair role.
Yeah, of course. And I don't have to take it. If there's other people that feel more strongly or have more time than myself, that's definitely something I'm open to. And I would love to. I know Magali in the past. I want to recognize that she had mentioned that we should have multiple genders serve, and I think that would also be something wise. Is that we have a male and a female in those co-chair positions to really represent California well, right? We're representing all of California in these roles, and so I think that that would be a wise choice. But I'm also open to whatever my other fellow EJAC members think.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I wanted to move forward with discussions to understand more of everyone's perspectives on the co-chair and chair positions, to understand why some person would want it or another. I want to understand everyone's bandwidth on this position too. Because personally, I don't have the bandwidth to be co-chair, co-chair. I just wanted to hear like why, for example, Miguel, or why, for example, Magali or Karen or Kevin wanted this position or not wanted this position. So just discussions.
This is Magali. This is, I suggest that we should meet each other and really get to know to what level of commitment and also knowledge of how this group is going to be working in the future, how to structure, I don't know if it's a structure or not, but how to really be more effective, since my understanding is that whoever is going to lead is going to be the communicator to make sure that it's not only a recommendation, but we can really do some work and really, be speaking on behalf of the people.
Facilitator, can I interject here for a minute?
Yes, we have an interjection from Serlene Grant.
Hi, everyone. Serlene Grant, Deputy Director of the Office of Environmental Equity, which houses the EJAC. To the EJAC members, this is your committee, and you are ultimately, through today's conversations and future conversations, going to determine how this sits for the generation. I think right now this discussion about having, who wants to be chair or co-chair and all that is very valuable, and I encourage it. But I would also encourage you to find a way to establish leadership. Ideally today. Last month when we met, you all wanted to meet in person to get to know each other better so that we could have this discussion. Time is essence, and not everybody has it, and I don't know if those discussions took place or not. The longer you don't have, I'm kind of telling you the obvious, the longer you don't have a leadership structure is the longer that you cannot officially engage in some of the things that some of you have told me that you want to engage in. So I encourage you to weigh the balance, I guess, of the items, of the issue. Thank you.
And I do want to. This is Miguel. I did want to say in regards to Magali's comment. I think that it was perfectly communicated. That we should have whoever is the chair be like a liaison between some of the decisions that we're pushing and making sure that we do get our voices across and that we are taken serious. So I do concur that whoever is the chair position should have that in mind.
Thank you, Miguel. I also just want to, in addition to Serlene's comments, mention that the next two agenda items are discussing subcommittees that will really help us move this work forward. And on those subcommittees, one of the co-chairs would be presiding on the work plan committee, and then both co-chairs would be on the governance or the leadership subcommittee. And so that really helps us streamline our communication and push this work forward to be able to do the things that you all have said you wanted to do in your work plan. So just to restate that, but I love this discussion. I think let's keep having it. So I'm curious if there's any more thoughts on, maybe to Kevin's point, is there anyone who knows they don't want to be chair in addition to Kevin and Nam?
I wouldn't want to be chair because of the time, but I wouldn't mind being a co-chair.
I also want to say, like, if there's not enough bandwidth for everyone else, I wouldn't be posted, but I would prefer someone else who has more time to be co-chair. But if it doesn't work out, then yeah, I wouldn't be posted too.
Okay, thank you both. Erin, do you have any thoughts on moving forward with this based on the discussion that we've had so far?
I mean, I'll go with the consensus. I'm still not comfortable, just in terms of representation across the state and communities. And so I think that's going to be a discussion that we need to have, particularly given my interests and stakeholders and who the communities that I'm representing. And so I'm not yet comfortable moving forward. But again, I will go with the consensus.
Okay. I am not hearing that there is consensus on this item. I also just want to note that Ms. Stone is not in the room. And that might be helpful. Oh, she just arrived, actually. So I'm thinking that perhaps we can shift to come back to this agenda item, but it sounds like in lieu of leadership, we can continue, the consultant team can continue to go through all of you for review and feedback on materials. And we can hold a vote at our next meeting.
And just quickly, in lieu of that, I think Ms. Levon is here. I mean, I'm perfectly willing to revisit the conversation. Maybe we will be prepared to have a vote before the end of this meeting. I wouldn't necessarily think we need to hold it to the next meeting, but I do think that it would be helpful to hear from at least most of the members that are present today.
Okay.
We're about to walk into the room.
All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break to get folks set up in the room. All right, folks. It's been about a 5-minute break. So, EJAC members who are online, if you could please come us back here. All right. So, yeah, we are ready to start again. So we're just discussing leadership.
So I'd like to know from my other fellow EJAC members how we should move forward with the decision to either move forward with the co-chair or a chair, or maybe table this discussion for a future date. But I know there is some hesitancy to move forward, but I think Shirlene brought up a good point that we should definitely have some type of visible leadership. So I don't know, what do folks think is the best way to move forward on this?
Just to catch Miss Stone up, we are talking about leadership. We heard from you all at the last meeting, at your last onboarding meeting, that folks are interested in a co-chair model to help move this work forward and to help organize this body. Let me just restate some things just so that we're all on the same page. Basically, the co-chairs will be a liaison to the Board of Environmental Safety. They will assign working group members from the EJAC based on their interest. They will participate and/or lead subcommittees, which we're going to discuss next. And their responsibilities will also include presiding at full council meetings and coordinating with staff and consultants. And those responsibilities can be shared among the chairs. We can decide on what that looks like. So that's what we're talking about so far. Just to recap, we heard that there is interest from Miguel as being willing to chair or co-chair. We heard from Magali and Nam as well that a co-chair could be considered. So we have sort of 3 people interested. And that's kind of where we left off. So we can go a couple different ways. We can revisit this before lunch. That's my recommendation, but I just want to continue this discussion if there's any other thoughts from you all on how you'd like to continue with this, because it would be best to have 2 nominations today. So with that, I'll turn it back to you all to continue discussing this if you have any other thoughts you'd like to share on how you'd like to move forward.
Yeah, I'll say like personally, I want to restate the words that Karen said earlier, but also Miguel as well, on how like we should have a vote consensus today on who should be in leadership for these positions. I think conversations maybe during lunchtime, maybe like during throughout the day could also help us out on getting to know each other better and making a better informed decision on who has the bandwidth and who is able to competently lead us in the future. But I just wanted to like restate those words, and that's just my opinion too.
Yes. Well, I feel that if we are going to look at who should be co-chair or who should be our leaders, I think that we should have resumes or something to look at so that we can see who would be best positions. As it seems like it's not just meeting. We're going to have to make sure that we get the information that is necessary and give that information out to the rest of the EJAC members. And it sounds like a pretty good job, a pretty not very easy job. And I would like to throw my hat in for
This is Miguel. I think that I don't make this decision lightly, but I think that we do need to come out with some type of leadership for our EJAC board. And I say my recommendation is that we cover as broad of a region as we can with the co-chairs. I think it'd be pretty hard to say that, you know, I as someone from the Central Valley represent all of California. But with that being said, I think I would like to see, you know, myself and Magali as potential co-chairs. And so I move personally to nominate Magali as one of the co-chairs for our EJAC board.
Sounds like we have a motion on the floor to nominate Magali as a co-chair, and we heard a second from Kevin.
Yes.
Okay, is there any discussion on this motion?
There is discussion. So as someone in Southern California representing both Los Angeles and Orange County, I'd also like to throw my hat in the ring.
well, yeah, I wanted to find out what areas are being covered with the nominations for co-chair, because I know I'm in an area in Monterey County that's not really connected to the rest of California, even though I've traveled up and down all of California, and we have a very hard time there. So I'm not for leaving out our area?
I want to say that I definitely agree with Ms. Levon. It's definitely necessary to have two individuals from two distinct regions of California. It's like important to have conversations in person as well if you're from that region with the other court members of the EJACs. And so I want to nominate Miguel because he is in the central region of California, so he can connect with North Cal, but also central areas of California. But I also want to nominate Karen as well because I think she can adequately represent Southern California with her experience and also her advocacy roles as well. But yeah.
Well, I would say I'm willing to be a co-chair, but I also want to recognize the geographic boundaries that we do represent. And to answer Ms. Stone, I do work out of the Central Valley, and we work, my organization, Unidos Network, we focus on rural, unincorporated small communities throughout California. And so our influence is not limited to the Central Valley, but I do respect the conversation regarding representing geographic areas. I'm curious if it would be possible to have three co-chairs and maybe have one that's in the Northern Valley, one in the Central Valley, and then one, of course, to represent the southern part of California. And I know those are really large regions to encapsulate, but I'm wondering if that's a possibility moving forward here.
Are there any thoughts or
Yes.
comments?
Okay.
Stone?
Northern California has really have not really been included in just about anything that the state of California is doing, especially with environmental justice. And the nature of what happens, there is no equality. In Northern California, it's just like we're working like crazy, and we are not even getting any kind of consideration when it comes to the things that are really important. This base is huge. It is huge, and it covers not only Monterey, but Seaside and all of the other, the toxins and stuff that are still being worked on. It does not seem to have anything to do with the whole state of California. And we are outnumbered, we are out-talked, and there's another thing. I don't see hardly any African-American people doing this stuff at all. Yes, I'm going to talk about that because it's really important. And it's nice for people to support each other. But in our area, and I don't know if I'll be able to get a lot of people on at this time with the Zoom meeting, but we have crisis. We have people dying like flies, okay? They're not just dying because they're dying because of the little attention that we get in our area. So I'm sorry, I'm really shook up about some equality. I'm really shook up about, we're talking about this group of people, that group of people. We don't even do that, but if it's necessary for us to do that, I'm going to do it because I am not going to just sit here and be outnumbered and out whatever you want to call it and not feel like we are really in this Environmental Justice Advisory Council because it has to do with all of California.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. Before we go to Magali, I just want to restate, it sounds like maybe you're in support then of having 3 different regions represented in the chair positions. Am I hearing that correctly? Okay, thank you. Magali, you have your hand raised? Go ahead.
Yes, I believe for the best use of our time that we should, during lunch, speak to each other and really communicate to see, it's going to be some work that needs to get done. And if somebody's not doing their part as a leader, we need to start communicating that, you know, as to really take this leadership role really, you know, to that level. So I think we should actually speak among ourselves before we can make a decision of a vote.
Thank you, Magali. Oh, Karen, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So two things. I'm not sure that I would support a 3 co-chairs. But certainly we can discuss that. And to Ms. Stone's comment, I 100% agree with her comment about communities that have been left out of these discussions. Of course, I represent many Black and African-American communities in Southern California, and I'm very inclusive in that regard. I'd also like to say that I know we're talking about co-chairs leading certain regions. I think that as an EJAC committee, we are representing various regions. I don't necessarily think that we can really represent each region as co-chairs. I do believe, as whether it's a chair or co-chair, that our job is to represent, you know, all of the communities. And I think that part of what has been established is that each EJAC member represents the community. And I think part of the role of leadership is to make sure that the voices from all of the communities that are represented by the members are being elevated and included. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be a co-chair, have a leadership role. I think there are opportunities with our subcommittees to assume some of those roles as well. I think the most important thing is that there is a willingness to serve and an understanding that we are representing multiple communities. And so I just wanted to raise that as an issue. I know we understand that, but I wanted to make sure that we elevated that discussion. So Ms. Stone, I agree with you and just want to assure you that no matter who the co-chairs are, that our role is to ensure that all voices are being heard. Those who are hardly engaged, definitely more so for equity reasons, and those who are hardly heard from and hardly represented. And that includes Northern California. That's my home. I'm from Northern California, and I absolutely agree that we need to have that representation on this committee.
California as being this beautiful community, and that is not true. We have Carmel, where most of the rich people live. We have Monterey, with Pacific Grove, Marina, and most of the people who live there now, this is a veteran community. That's what Monterey County is supposed to be. But the veterans are left out. They're treated like crap, if I can say that. And all of the promises, they still don't come our way. So it's good to hear you say that, but doing it is a different story.
This is Miguel. So just to sum it up, I guess the motion is that we put a pin in this and discuss as an EJAC internally what would be the best course of action in terms of the chairs. And then we can follow up after lunch as to what is our collective decision. Does that make sense for everyone?
Yes, I agree.
Yes, I think the consensus is that we need to.
Yes, I agree. I think that was the original
lunch.
discussion, is to wait, to hold out, and maybe my hope is that we can reach an agreement by the end of this meeting, that it will not require a future meeting, but I do believe still that we need to wait.
So as I was saying, that we need to finish. It's on.
You're just not close.
Am I not close enough to it? Okay. Yeah, that if we can come to consensus by meeting, we're going to be meeting electronically. So, I mean, is that going to be adequate? I think is the question. Is everybody comfortable with, I feel like after being hammered with this through COVID and since, that most of us have learned how to build relationships,
Digitally.
through Zoom and other tools without meeting people for sadly long periods of time. But is everybody cool with that? They feel like we can get to know each other through this electronic interface?
This is Miguel. I would say I'm okay with it in terms of making quick turnarounds on certain decisions that I think could be quicker if we do them via email. But when it comes to actually, engaging with ourselves as an EJAC board, I think that there is no better than being in person, right? And I do apologize myself for not being in attendance to the first session that I wasn't able to make it to. But I think that this group would definitely benefit from meeting physically so that we can all get to know each other better and really work to tie up how we work together in the regards to the EJAC. So I think, Kevin, to sum it up, I'm okay with moving certain decisions and the things that we have to do on the email threads, but nothing like meeting in person.
I agree, because I still haven't met everyone in person at this point.
Okay, we heard from Ms. Stone. She agrees. So I heard a motion on the floor that was to revisit this discussion after lunch. And we can set up a Zoom meeting so that you all can discuss during lunch. Can I get a second on that motion?
I'll go ahead and second.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I heard another second on Zoom.
I second.
Nam, okay, thank you. Okay, well then let's vote on the motion to table this for now, discuss during lunch, and then have another discussion after lunch in the public session. So let's move for a vote. Yes, I am going to call the roll. Thank you, Kevin. Find my list here for alphabet. Begin with Miguel,
Yes.
let's go to Kevin,
Yes.
Ms. Stone, Magali,
yes.
Nam,
Yes.
and Karen.
Yes.
Apologies for not going in alphabetical order. I'll do better on that next time. All right. Thank you all for that discussion. It seems like we're right on time now. We're going to move to agenda item 2. Okay, so we're going to have a discussion now about, I'm sorry, we're on agenda item 3. Apologies. We're going to talk about your governance structure and then a possible vote to establish a leadership subcommittee. We can discuss that further. I would like to start this item, though, by presenting on what Better World Group heard from you all in our one-on-one meetings. And unfortunately, we weren't able to have them with each of you, so we'll just be sharing a very high-level summary of what we have heard from some of you. So this is the governance, discussion of governance. We heard some questions from you all regarding training prerequisites. We also heard that no one raised concerns about pursuing a co-chair model, and that's why we just had that discussion. We heard there was a general familiarity and some support for using Robert's rules, but there's also openness to other processes. And we also heard broad support for consensus building in the decision-making process, including leading up to a vote. So with that, I would just like to open for discussion from EJAC members on these items. Are there any questions or thoughts or issues that you'd like to discuss regarding the governance of this body going forward? Ms. Stone?
Yes, I think you forgot one concern, and that was that we get to work for our communities and do the job that we were not elected but chose to do. I am very, very concerned that we don't use a whole lot of time disagreeing on leadership and not be able to assume the duties that we are supposed to perform.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. And we are going to discuss in the next agenda item 4, we're also going to talk about your work plan, which has a little bit of context of what you were talking about on working for communities. And so we'll talk about that too, but thank you for flagging that. Is there any other discussion items from the EJAC members online on this item on governance? Anything you want to add about our one-on-ones? Go ahead, Magali.
Yes, I would like, if possible, to set up our own rules and basically agreements instead of rules. And in the governance process, I would like to move in consensus, which is a simple way of moving forward, instead of these rules that are set up to function as a government agency or organization that it's more structure. I would like it to be, if possible, less structure as a government entity.
This is Miguel. Magali, if I could ask you, I agree with you that we should not exactly model the agency model, but I'm curious, what would work as an alternative to Robert's rules in your eyes, just because I may be a little bit ignorant of what our options are?
Yeah, it's beyond anything that is in government. Basically, it's an ancestral practice of consensus, moving forward with the understanding, just as we did prior to this new item on the agenda, as we move forward with the consensus, right? Sort of like voting. But instead of going so like wasting time of who seconds this, who does that, who blah, 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 we move forward with, okay, who is in this agreement and why? How can we actually then explain, or understand the disagreement instead of moving so like, I second this, I don't know. We in the community, for our indigenous brothers and sisters, we move forward in consensus. We all move together. And if one doesn't move, we don't move. Everyone moves together. And that's a difference. So, and it's less structure, meaning that we don't have to have the same structure as a government agency, because then we fall under the same social construction, basically.
This is Miguel again. Magali, that sounds good to me. I'm just wondering, and maybe this is a question that's pointed at, DTSC and, their legal. Is that something that we're able to do with this framework, is really not stick to the Robert's Rules of Order and make sure that we walk out of here with like maybe a general consensus model?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, this is Jillian Burgos, Assistant Deputy Director in OEE. There is flexibility in the framework, so if there is a different type of structure, as long as we're working within the framework still, that's totally fine.
My only concern is, at this point, is equality. I don't see any in the state of California, and that's what I'm looking for. So I don't believe that not having the structure is going to improve our situations, the ones that I have brought forth. I just don't believe it because I don't see it, and I don't see it coming forth.
Hi, this is Karen. Just to chime in, and I think Kat, maybe you can reiterate. I believe what I heard in terms of the general summary of those who have been had the one-on-one meetings is that there was general agreement for those who participated that a consensus model is preferred. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay.
And we can do that under Robert's rules. We can
Right.
just facilitate towards consensus, but
Right.
go ahead.
Just wanted to make sure that's what I thought that's what I heard. So I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing that correctly.
Because I was feeling the same way. I think working to consensus and using a consensus-based process is absolutely critical. Doing that with communities for so many years now, and it's so much more rewarding, and it brings, like you say, everybody along. We started out with red card, green card, yellow card. Some of you folks may remember that. You know, but the truth was, we just have to say it now. We don't actually have the cards, but yes, if somebody still had a red card, then we drop it and we move away from it until we can answer that person's concerns. But if you end up in the middle with a yellow card and the overall consensus is go forward, everybody's cool with going forward and watching it more closely. So I love that approach. I think just the intermediate kind of, some kind of Robert's Rules of Orders to me is equitable. It does allow everybody to again and again and again. So we've seen many times at meetings. And it's just a way of everybody being polite and caring about each other. But, we built structures too for meetings and they, and how we'll act in those meetings toward each other. CARB has one, DCAG has one, we could use theirs. Suppose if the chair write up one of our own. But the key is we're working to consensus.
And just really quickly, thank you, Kevin. I think we've demonstrated that already today, that we are open to consensus, that if we don't as a group, if we're not ready to move forward, then we can put the brakes on that, try to reach consensus and then reconvene. So I don't think this is a formal model, but it just organically, we're sort of demonstrating something that we would like to see.
This is Miguel. I think I agree with both Kevin and Karen in terms of this being that type of process, right? And I think that in lieu of like using the cards as Kevin referred to, it's as simple as being like, yeah, I support this, or I have reservations, but I can move forward, or I can't support whatever this motion is as it stands, and being able to dialogue with each other and see how we can come out of it. I think this is the best model, and so I'm not too sure. I want to save people's time. I don't know how we can put that into a motion. Do we just say I put into motion that we move to being a board that uses a general consensus model versus the Robert's Rules of Order? And then if I could get a second on that, if people so choose to move this forward.
I'd like to just stop. Thank you, Miguel. And I wonder, I'm perfectly forward. I'm perfectly fine moving forward. However, I do realize that although I participated in the one-on-one meetings, not everyone has. And so I think the consensus thus far is that we prefer a consensus model, but we haven't heard from everyone. Maybe someone can confirm how many people we still need to be engaged in this conversation.
Yes, we have to still have one-on-ones with Nam and George.
The problem is, you got to understand what you're doing and what you're getting into. And I understand that each person understand what they're saying, but I don't understand what everybody's saying and doing. The problem seems to be that we need to work outside of structures or whatever the problem is, but I need to understand exactly what you're talking about, and I don't.
Ms. Stone, can I ask for clarification in regards to making decisions? When we follow Robert's rules, is that helpful for comprehension of someone makes a motion and then we can discuss it and further tailor it? Does that help with?
That's what I know, but I don't know a lot of the other processes.
Okay.
I would like to know.
This is Miguel. So to answer your question, Ms. Stone, is what we're getting at here is that Robert's rules works, right? It's an option, but what I feel like me and Magali are saying is that we don't want to be held to the constraints of that specific structure. Like we don't want to be held up by like the making motions for every single decision and every single choice that we make. And when we're talking about consensus majority, we're saying that, like, let's say, for example, you may have an issue with a certain motion, and this is just theoretical, right? We don't have a motion down yet, but if you had a problem with the motion, then you would be able to say something about it, and we would all hold back on that motion until we heard your piece on it, and we were able to discuss your reservations as to why that motion is not favorable for you or your community. And then we would work as an EJAC board to all hear each other, listen to each other, and make sure that your concerns are accounted for, and that we modify that motion so that you can either agree with it, or so that motion can move forward, even though it's not something that maybe in a sense you 100% agree with. It's something that we included your voice in, and that you were able to voice your concerns. And that's the model that we're talking about. But then again, we're all making this model together, right? So it's not like what we say is the final word. We're all working together towards finding what's the best solution for us to make decisions together.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is we're talking about environmental justice. Our motto is balancing the needs of the people with the care of the environment. And so that in itself should be something that we are here to do, balancing the needs of the people with the care of the environment. We have traveled across this country pushing environmental justice, not only in the state of California, which was the worst one, as a matter of fact, but all over the country. And so if I see that kind of feeling happening here in the state of California, or could happen or would happen, then I would feel much better. I would feel really good. But at this point, understand what we're really trying to do here with structure.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. We can come back to that, but real quick, I just want to pivot over to Nam. He's had his hand raised for a minute. Please go ahead, Nam.
Yeah, I understand like this model, consensus model. It's a very iterative process where it depends on the people who make the decisions. I was just wondering if there's any like documentation for us to look at to see more of what the model is actually about. I'm pretty sure there's stuff out there, but I just want to see like there's documentation. I've heard this conversation multiple times, but I've never like was able to see what the actual model is. I know it's an essential model. And my second thing is I've been involved in so many like one-on-one calls from members, not the EJAC members, but I've received so many calls from the people in the background who've been helping us out with this. So I'm kind of concerned on what you guys mean by myself and George not being involved in one-on-ones, and what other discussions were talked about, because I've had around like 5 to 6 calls, and I'm just confused.
Yes, thank you, Nam. And I want to restate that we have not had one-on-one calls with Miguel, George, and yourself. And so these were calls that we were scheduling before this meeting. They were an hour long, and we discussed several items, some of them being what we were going to propose today around leadership and subcommittees, and asking questions around what you'd like to work on in your work plan. So it was kind of a continuation of your last onboarding call that we had in May, the last onboarding meeting. So we can make sure that we schedule that with the 3 of you and have that conversation. I would like to maybe go back to Ms. Stone, if we can, for a minute, and just, I'm sorry, apologies. I hear Magali, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes. So, Ms. Stone, basically, the process is a very simple that was used in ancestral practices that everybody in the community, that all the leadership will understand why we were taking a decision, what will be our priorities, and everybody will say yes or no. And the person that had a no, then that's the one that we actually address. It's not the yes, it's the no's, right? But and because we want to move forward really quick, because I understand all of us have different areas that we're working in, right? And as we transition really quick, because we're going to have to transition, looking at the LA 100 equity strategies, looking at the policies at the state level of going into renewable energy, cleaning sites that are going to be leaving, that's going to be coming really quick and fast. So basically, we will move in consensus, prioritizing what's coming to us at the same time, instead of waiting for a whole process of, of voting and somebody being sour and bitter that their area did not was considered because they didn't get the chance for everybody to know or understand why is it that is important to you. Does it make sense?
Uh, no, we're going to have a conversation because I don't understand that, because you said ancestral process or whatever it is, and ours is different. Our communities are different, and it's not being sour and bitter when you're trying to make sure that the information that gets out to the people is really helpful to the people or to our communities. That should have nothing to do with it.
Well, that's exactly ancestral practices, is that communities totally engaged. We don't want to leave them out. It's not about our decision and our voice by itself. We are nothing if we don't have the community. So basically what I'm trying to say is that we bring the whole community in it, and we bring the voices of the community at the same time when you move in consensus. But in ancestral practices is, I can send information to all of you. It's a very simple way of making decisions instead of complicating it with the structure of the colonizers.
This is Miguel. I do want to say, Ms. Stone, in regards to the comments about custom tailoring solutions for communities, I'm in full agreement with that. But also, with that being said, my community would work best, and a lot of the communities I work with would work best with this particular model, the one we're talking about potentially adopting, right, where we're doing consensus. And the reason that would be is that a lot of our community members don't have the higher levels of education that other regions may have, and so it is much simpler for them to understand this process. And to them, to our stakeholders, it feels more transparent because we discuss why certain members have reservations and things, and they can see that, and it feels more transparent to them, at least in my experience with the communities that I've worked in. But again, I think Magali's right, is that we have to come to a choice in what we do and how we move forward. And I don't know if we can necessarily afford to keep putting a pin in this type of conversation. So I'm kind of reaching out to the rest of the EJAC board. I'd really like to hear maybe from Karen and Nam a little bit more about what are your pros and cons with both particular models and how we should move forward.
Well, I'll speak for myself. I'm fine with consensus model. I don't have a reservation. I mean, even during the one-on-one discussions, I said I'm fine with Robert rules of debate for this meeting, but I would like to transition to something that is a better fit for this committee. And so I have no opposition to consensus. I think it's necessary.
Yeah, so I also agree that I think this consensus model might be a great model to use for our, let's say our group. It's just I'm confused on what materials are out there or what I can read about more to understand more of the model. It's just I'm just hearing words that some words I don't understand too, and so I just want to read more about it to just have a better understanding. But if we have to make a decision today, I am in support of a consensus model or Robert rules, I just want to get started, to be honest.
Thank you, Nam. If I could just share, we have done some research and some alternative models that we can definitely share with you all in more depth. And you can help draft your own, essentially, like with those models in mind. So you can create your own. For example, there's ones called Martha's Rules that some groups use, and that is sort of an amalgamation or, a combination of parliamentary rules. So that's something we can definitely explore. And BWG's recommendation was to further explore that with a leadership subcommittee to further refine the governance, especially based on what we've heard today. And we could do that with the co-chairs. So the co-chairs have a leadership subcommittee where they further develop what we're talking about. But I think that it's great that we're talking about consensus right now. So maybe we should continue with that, and maybe we could have a motion on consensus, and that could further drive what the subcommittee does. That's just a recommendation if you all want to make that motion today.
I have reservations just about making the motion just because I really want to make sure that we're all truly in consensus. But I think from the looks of it, I don't think we've heard from Kevin maybe directly, but I think everyone is in line with, moving to this consensus-based model and building off of it. Of course, we don't know exactly how it looks like. We're still, actively going to build it all together as an EJAC. So Kevin, you have anything to say on this?
Said there.
In that case, we should just
What Karen said, and Ali, I think doing right now, by the way, is working to consensus. I mean, and it's good. And it sounds like we've come to a consensus that we're willing to. It's this driven model. And so I would support that 100%.
I will say one more thing.
Some kind of motion there.
I will say one more thing before we make the motion is I'm speaking on behalf of the communities I work with, but in the future, it'd be really helpful that, this consensus model that we build, whatever it ends up being, that we can present it on the screen visually for community members to see transparently, if we make a decision, how we get to that decision, and if we veto a decision, that process is also available in a visual format. So that's just my 2 cents on that. But with that being said, I make a motion that our EJAC board move to a model of general consensus.
I'll second that.
Okay, Kevin seconds. Let me call for a vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any more discussion on this item?
Yes, there is.
Yes, Ms. Stone?
I'm looking at my community. I'm looking at what's going on, what's not going on in my community. I'm looking at the fact that Northern California seems to be pushed out of everything that has to do with everyday people and veterans and women and children and people of color, African American people. That's what I'm looking at. Now, if I'm representing my community, Monterey, San Benito, I don't know, whatever all it is, and so I'm supposed to take a model back to my community and say, this is what we should be doing? Or are you talking about us having our own model with our community, but how would that connect to what needs to be done in our community and who's making those decisions? So I'm very concerned about these things because I know what has happened in the past and what is still happening right now, and I know where most of the attention goes. I know where most of the money goes, and I know where most of the concern goes, and it seems to go to large gatherings of people, or I'm not putting this very well, but my concerns are very legitimate. And so if we are working together, but we're representing our different areas and communities, I'm trying to figure out how will this help to get our concerns and needs met in the state of California, along with all the other folks that seem to have been working together for some time. And I know you probably don't think that that's important because I don't know any of you. So that's saying something right there. And it's okay that you've been working with your areas and your community and all that kind of stuff, but how is it that we're going to be brought into the circle, so to speak? And I'll say it again, of equality.
Ms. Stone, if I might interject that what we're discussing today is consensus for this group, not necessarily how you will communicate with your communities. So just the motion that's on the floor is, how do you all, the 7 of you, want to make decisions? So that decision could be, do we want to adopt this work plan that the subcommittee worked on? And then you all would vote by consensus. You'd say, I don't know if I like this work plan. Maybe I want to amend it or something like that. So that's kind of what we're talking about right now, is just how
Yeah,
this group is going to make decisions.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I just want,
For your thoughts. And I want to go to Magali. I see she has her hand raised.
It's, Ms. Levon, consensus, it's a very simple way of moving and moving things faster instead of sort of going through a structure. So basically, the people is the one that has all the power. The people is the one that makes the decisions. The people is the one that will basically get more in a simple language, understand the process of what we're going to be tackling, and that we can bring that to our communities. And our communities will appreciate it also as well, since it will be a less structure and more understanding. It's a more simple way. It's not, and it's only for us. It's only for us, and it can be change in the process because we're going to have a committee that will set up this type of process. It's not going to be it's not sort of like a governance. It's more about the leadership. Does it make sense, Ms. Levon? I just don't,
you keep saying the people, but we're representing the people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a little confused. If we're doing it for the people, then you said we're doing it as an organization, but we're doing it for the people and the people will appreciate it. I'm sorry, I might be a little slow on understanding
No,
exactly
you're
what's
not.
being said.
Yeah, no, it might be new, but in the process, we're going to do it ourselves. We're going to construct this ourselves. You will be included all the time, and everything you say, it's valid and it's acknowledged. And I just want to make sure that you know that. And that's the consensus part of moving forward.
I already feel like I'm outnumbered because I don't know you all, and a lot of you all have been working together all the time. And I don't mean to be just trying to bring up an argument or anything. I'm trying to let you know that something is missing, and we're all people. And I'm trying to figure out why it has to always be that we're in the corner or something, or in the background. That's all. And I'm sorry if you don't understand that, but that's where I'm coming from.
No, I hear you and I see you. I hear you and I see you. And it's valid, everything you're saying. It's totally valid. The what, it's everything you're saying, has to be said. And just wanted to let you know, I never met Karen before, or Nam, or Miguel, or Kevin before. I have never worked with them either. So I'm just like you. And that's why I thought it was good for us to have a conversation. And that's why I think we should get to know each other more.
Thank you, Magali. I see Karen has her hand raised. Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. I just wanted to sort of echo what Magali mentioned and talk to Ms. Stone. So Ms. Stone, I've never met anyone either before. And I'm getting to know people through these meetings, yourself included. I'd love to get to know you more. However, or at the same time, I'd like to be very clear. When I say my community, it's not geographic. And one of the reasons that I was interested in being part of this council is because as Black people, who I really believe are the architects of environmental justice movements, have been left out. And that's who I represent. I also represent a geographic area. And again, I'm from Richmond, California. I was born in Sacramento in rural areas and grew up in Richmond and lived in Oakland, and I'm very much still connected. I'm also, my people are from Louisiana, and I'm very much connected to what's happening to my people in the southern states of this country. And so we say our community, but I want to be very clear that I don't represent a geographic area only, that I really am talking about my people, and that we really do need to be engaged. And I don't disagree with you. I feel like this all the time, that we're just left out of the conversation. And so I'm glad to see
Thank
that
you
you're
for
here.
admitting that, for everybody
yes.
to know we're always left out.
Absolutely. And that was my intention of throwing my hat in the ring, is to whatever I need to do to make sure that we are heard wherever we live is key to me. So I just wanted to elevate that. And again, I've come to know people, and I'm very glad that I've come to know people, would love to know everyone more. But I, like Magali and yourself, had no connections to any of the members previously. But I will moving forward. So I'm very excited about that.
Aaron, I see Nam has his hand raised.
Yeah, I just want to say too, maybe I'm just like repeating what everyone else is also saying a little bit, but I've never met anyone from our group in person before. I'm new to these spaces as a young person. I do want to say though that like I'm not just representing San Diego or Southern California itself. I'm representing low income, also immigrants who are impacted by environmental injustice. As a person who grew up in the area next to the Tijuana River, a lot of immigrants, a lot of low income people are impacted by that region. And and it's a sad reality to say that most of these individuals are minorities. And I'm here just not to represent San Diego itself, but all of California. I think, I'm not an expert in anything. I'm always here to learn. I'm always here to learn new experiences, but I'm also here to make an impact as well. And these conversations are very important to have. It's definitely opening a lot of my eyes to a lot of the different disparities that are happening in California itself. And I'll say like, I am excited to be working with you guys in the future too. And it's great that we're having these conversations, even if they're hard sometimes.
Just to put a highlight on something that Karen said, that you all are here representing your communities and giving a voice to people who've typically been left out by your representation. And so hopefully that is a step in the right direction, Ms. Stone, to your point on being left out. And when we discuss work planning, we can also talk about what that community engagement looks like, what that outreach looks like, and how you want to engage your communities to represent on this body through your voice. Are there any more discussion points on, I know that there's a motion on the floor for consensus. Do we want to, oh, I see a Jillian.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate the conversation, and just to add some clarity to what's in the framework currently. We do reference things like Robert's Rules of Order, but there is the very last paragraph of the framework, if you want to check it out, specifically talks about consensus. And I'm just going to read it verbatim so you all know. The clearest and strongest power of the group exists when consensus can be reached. To seek consensus when needed, the group may use informal polling to quickly understand the range of support of a given proposal or recommendation. The council members will first strive for consensus. Minority opinions are also welcome and will be included in the public process. So just letting you know that that's there while we figure out the formal consensus model.
Jillian. That is already in the framework. However, we could memorialize that now, that going forward, the subcommittee, if we decide to go that way, can ensure that consensus is in your framework or in your operating guidelines. More discussion on this item? If not, I can call for a vote. Hearing none. So the motion on the floor is to adopt a consensus model for this group. And I would like to call for a vote. Miguel Alatorre,
Yes.
George Galvis is absent. Kevin Hamilton,
I'm sorry, did we second?
there was a second from Kevin
Okay, very good.
back
Thank
when
you.
we discussed the motion. Thank you, Karen.
Oh, thank you.
Kevin, you said yes.
Yes.
Karen, Lincoln,
Yes.
Nam Nguyen,
Yes.
Magali Sanchez Hall,
Yes.
Levon Stone,
Abstain.
have an abstention from Levon Stone. All right. So we have a recommendation.
So the
motion passed. Yes, the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. So it's BWG's recommendation that going forward, we have a leadership subcommittee that's comprised of the co-chairs. And this body can meet in July to continue to develop what we've talked about today. And we can also share with you all, put it down in writing, like some of these ideas of what an alternative to Robert's rules could look like to help you kind of guide that discussion. So I know that we don't have co-chairs right now, but we could still entertain this as a motion today, and then those co-chairs that are adopted later can be on this subcommittee. So just to restate, a recommendation that we have a leadership subcommittee of the co-chairs to further develop your parliamentary rules, essentially, how you're going to make decisions with each other. So that's a recommendation for a motion. I'm curious, before we proceed with the motion, does anyone have any thoughts or questions on that?
With which motion are you referring to? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm discussing whether or not we want to make a motion about having a leadership subcommittee of the two or of the co-chairs that will further develop the governance structure for this body. So taking what we've heard today, what we've heard from the one-on-ones, exploring different models, that's the type of work that this subcommittee would do. So I'm just asking if you all want to entertain a motion to adopt a leadership subcommittee that would be comprised of the co-chairs.
It's open for discussion right now, right?
Yes, we haven't even made a motion, so I'm just curious how this lands with you all, essentially.
Well, I believe that we all should be that they shouldn't, I believe, that's just my opinion, that we should all be involved in the process of how this committee will function, or I mean, this EJAC will function. Or if, I mean, I also agree with the subcommittee, it's up to everyone. But I'm also open to all of us being involved in the process.
Karen? Thank you, Magali. Karen, go ahead.
Yes, I don't disagree. I actually agree. So if I understand this correctly, the entire EJAC will be involved in the discussion. However, the leadership subcommittee would take some responsibility in terms of drafting documents in consultation or in collaboration with our consultants, et cetera. Is that my understanding of this subcommittee?
Yes, thank you for clarifying, Karen. It would look like the co-chairs are doing the work with consultants and DTSC staff, if desired, to help develop this governance structure. You know, you could call it a straw man or straw person, and then bring it back to the EJAC for discussion. So there would certainly be input from every EJAC member. This would just be the co-chairs are helping develop the framework to propose back to the EJAC. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. And I think it's just the terminology. I think sort of, you know, either taking the lead on drafting documents in consultation with the entire group. I think it's probably the terminology that's being used, but yes, I think that's primarily how I understand it.
Are there any other thoughts on this proposal to have a leadership subcommittee that helps draft the governance structure for the EJAC's consideration? Go ahead, Kevin.
So we're talking about creating some structural features within the subcommittee structure once we actually have chair, co-chair.
Yes, that's correct.
So we've got that structure ready and waiting for them.
Yes. You know, since we're all here today, we might as well vote on that if we
Makes sense
can.
to me.
Okay.
What would those committees look like? How many people you anticipate
Right.
constituting a committee?
Yeah, and right now we're just discussing the leadership subcommittee. So this would be the subcommittee that develops the governance structure for the EJAC to consider. And we're proposing it just be the co-chairs for this subcommittee.
I think that once co-chairs are seated, they should probably decide. So it would only be the co-chairs on these committees?
Just on the one we're discussing right now, which is the leadership subcommittee. But this
Potentially be three. It just seems like there's three of them. So they are already a subcommittee of themselves. Whatever they think is best, they're going to have to run it out to their. Fine with having this vehicle there.
Kevin, we cannot hear you when you move away from the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am happy to have them have this vehicle available for them. So should they choose to use it once they're in place.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any other thoughts on this idea of a leadership subcommittee? Karen?
Yes, I agree with Kevin that once there are co-chairs, and I understand that this subcommittee was designed to have the co-chairs be the subcommittee, but if the co-chairs decide that a third member is important to include, I'd like to have that option.
Agreed.
Okay, so you're more comfortable with it not being specifically just the co-chairs, but still potentially voting on the subcommittee today.
I am.
Thank you. Sam, do you have any thoughts on this?
No, I just want to say I agree with both Kevin and Karen.
I'm going to look to Ms. Stone or Magali to share their thoughts on this topic.
So are we agreeing on the 3 different areas? To have the 3 different co-chairs? That what we're saying to be the work with the Yep.
Essentially, we're talking about adopting, you all voting to adopt a leadership subcommittee, and who would be on that, we can further refine, given the feedback from Karen and others. So it could be the co-chairs and maybe one other person. But right now, we're just talking about taking having a motion to adopt a leadership subcommittee that would be the folks who further develop things that we were discussing
Governance.
earlier, Robert's rules, how, so that it's also so we're not spending every meeting like this talking about governance. We can have a subcommittee that is working on that and bringing it back to the EJAC and saying, this is what we propose. So is that clear?
Sure.
Do you have any thoughts on that approach? Having a separate subcommittee that works on things like what kind of parliamentary rules we're going to use?
Okay, so we have a subcommittee for governance, and then they would bring that back to the body. Is that it?
Yes, essentially, they could bring back a proposal to be voted on by the body.
Right, and if the body doesn't agree, it goes back to the subcommittee. Is that it?
Yeah, we can have discussions on that, and you all agreed on consensus, so we'll have to, yeah, we'll all have to agree.
Yeah, can I interject and just say this a little bit differently? My
Yes, please.
understanding of this subcommittee would be that the members, in discussion with the EJAC, would develop whatever this document is around the governance, as opposed to the subcommittee solely developing this document. So my understanding is the sort of the document in and of itself would be developed through the discussion with the EJAC, not sort of top down.
Yes, that approach, if that's what you all decide you'd like to do. I think that makes sense.
Okay.
I just have a question. Like, wouldn't that be kind of redundant if we're just like proposing it as a group and then proposing it as a subcommittee?
I'm sorry, to clarify, not proposing it as a group, but not without, we're having discussion now, right? So discussions that we're having would be incorporated into that document. It wouldn't be divorced from.
So my question is, do we even really need a subcommittee if we're gonna just do this all together anyway in terms of the governance and all that? And if we do need a subcommittee, how many members are we looking at putting on that subcommittee?
So Miguel, you were out when we talked for that just briefly, that this would not be mandated to the co-chairs. It would just be a tool that would be available to them if they felt they needed to use it. If that co-chair group didn't want to use a tool like that, because as you say, there's so few of them, maybe they feel they have their own committee, they just have a meeting that's titled for this. But that's up to that co-chair group once they're there. But we can vote to have the format available.
Well, with that being said, do folks on the EJAC think we need that format available to the co-chairs? Because I think I'm with Nam in the sense that it sounds a little redundant to me, and I think it would save us time if we just did it together as a group versus having like a select group do it, bring it back to us, and then work on it again. I think it would take longer to get things done.
I also want to say, like, if you only have 7 members and essentially the EJAC group is essentially already a subcommittee anyways, what's the point of like making it even smaller, like 2 or 3 members per subgroup when we can all 7 discuss it? I also want to know more about the specific subcommittees because I know there's one for, let's say, parliamentary. I think Magali would be good for subcommittee to that, but I feel like it's also better we just all discuss it ourselves. I just want more like logistics on this information just to get a better understanding of everything.
I would just like to share that from the facilitator's perspective and as your consultants, that this is a rather large group. There's 7 of you. And so scheduling with you all and making sure that this body moves forward so that we can get to the actual work y'all want to do, like on the work plan, right? That a smaller group would be helpful for getting some traction on this. And that doesn't have to mean that that smaller group isn't reaching out to individual EJAC members for feedback or providing a proposal at the next meeting to be discussed and further refined. You know, those things are absolutely valuable. We need you all to have input on it, but scheduling those smaller working group meetings to really develop something with feedback would be helpful, just given you all's, you know, busy lives and how large this body is. That's our recommendation. I hear your points though, so I just wanted to share that for further discussion. Okay, I'm not hearing any discussion, so it seems like the last things that I heard. Go ahead, Magali.
Yeah, I would like to propose that for this, that we talked about that we should talk a little bit further. And I'm fine with either or, but I do believe that for the structure, sort of like the structure put together, how this group will function, again, I think we should all be involved. And that's the part of the consensus process as well.
Thank you for that.
All I have is comments is that I feel like we don't really need a subcommittee if we're already working all together. And I would feel, quite frankly, uncomfortable with making, you know, decisions for my fellow board members. And so I think, I don't know how we, you know, make a motion to not maybe do a subcommittee for this and just do it as a group and, you know, move on doing this. If we have to do it right here, is that something that we have to do right here, right now, is set up our governance right now, or can we do it at a later time?
I'm going to pause on that answer real quick because I know that Jillian say something.
Hi. So when we were thinking of subcommittees, especially working on something like governance, that was a conversation that we had as we were building out the framework. I think the idea was that there would be, you know, a handful of people, maybe 2, 3, that would be on a subcommittee working with the consultants, mostly because, again, putting this group together as 7 people is very difficult and time consuming. Those 3 people wouldn't be making that decision for the whole group. They would be bringing it back to the whole group for decision and for editing. So I do want to just put that out there. Also, subcommittees are an opportunity for us to be able to get a few folks working on very detailed things, going through like the operational guidelines, walking through every piece of that conversation is going to be fairly timely, or it's time consuming. So I do just want to reference that as well. I don't know if this whole group would be able to dedicate that much time to building out the operational guidelines and setting up that governance structure in the level of detail that needs to happen in a subcommittee. So just putting that out there.
Yeah, I think I wanted to follow up. You just reminded me, and I'd hate to throw us for a loop, but can you remind me who the contractor is and if they're in the room today or online digitally?
The consultant, that's our team, Better World Group. Our sister firm, Estelano Advisors. We're here to help you with your governance. I can offer up an alternative, possibly, unless the group would like to respond to Jillian's comments. Okay. Something that we could potentially do is to have you all meet more frequently, and we can draft for your review and input some example governance structures or pieces of your operating guidelines. We can the consultant team can work on that and bring it back to you all at more frequent meetings for your feedback and input. That's an alternative. Magali?
Yeah, and I apologize what I'm gonna say to the consultants. You know, it's nothing against none of you, but I think that in somehow I feel like we're being imposed. I I would have liked to be in the whole process of choosing the consultants, and I don't have nothing but good for both of you consultants. But I would have liked that whole process of getting to know and hire the consultants, so we know that they were serving the purposes that we let you know what we actually want us to look like. And I know you're helping us and giving us some, sort of like ground, but I will also like for us to make the decisions based on what we decide and not sort of like being structured. The conversations we had one-on-one, even though, they were also very structured with questions, we would have liked to explain to you more than anything what we all are working on and what we actually do in our communities. And that process, it would have been better to set up this EJAC with a consultant, but we would have done the first groundwork. I think that would have been best for us. And my apologies, it's nothing against none of you. It's just that that's the way I think, and I think I should be voicing that out.
Thank you for that feedback. That is really helpful to hear, and we could do more relationship building, trust building, and hearing from you all. Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe to second Magali's line of thought, it'd be nice if we can, just have a meeting with the EJAC and consultants to get to know you guys a little bit better, if that makes sense, so we can work better together and work on making decisions together in the future. But that's just a thought for me.
Well, we did meet in Burbank, and I thought that was the purpose of that meeting, is to get to know each other and the consultants, and then go on.
Yes, that's correct. We did meet in person in May, and then we've scheduled one-on-ones with some of you. But I hear from Magali that some of that meeting could have been more base building, relationship building, hearing more from you all. So I appreciate that feedback. So wrapping up this item, I hear from you all that perhaps a subcommittee for governance may be a bit redundant, and you would like to just have these decisions made by consensus as a group in your meetings. Did I get that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
I would second that.
Nam, go ahead.
I do have a question. So I know like for the chairs, there's work with like the work plans, for example. And I was wondering if there's also gonna be a subcommittee for the work plans that you guys have with the board of environmental safety as well. I'm just curious if you guys talked about that yet or not.
Absolutely. That's actually our next agenda item, which we're on schedule to shift to now. We can definitely talk about work planning subcommittees. But I just want to wrap up this item. We don't necessarily have to have a motion for it. I'm just curious to hear from you all on your thoughts on this subcommittee. It sounds like the consensus I was hearing was around not pursuing this at this moment.
Yeah, then I'll just motion to table it then.
What I'm concerned about is that at this point, we all have not met together at all. We got some people on Zoom, we got some down here, and it seems as though if we are really concerned about what we need to do, that we all make the plan to meet together. So I'm a little confused about that. because it's really hard to really look at people in the same way as some of as an organization, as a group, and we got some over there and some over here, and I just don't feel like that it's the dedicated to, because we're just beginning. So it's really important to be dedicated with getting things going if we're all in the same room. We have done a lot of stuff on Zoom, and I don't like it at all because I can't see you. But we still have not really dedicated ourselves to be a group, is what it seems like to me. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. And, you know, an alternative maybe to Ms. Stone's point is we could have a working session prior to our next public meeting. Maybe that would be a good way to go so that we can hear from you all around governance. We can further define that. So that would be 2 meetings in July, 1 meeting, a working session where we discuss governance, and then a public meeting.
Can I say this is Miguel?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
agree with the sentiment of meeting in public. I will say the challenge is we are really, really scattered across the state. Like it'd be really hard for say like someone like myself to travel to where NAM is and vice versa. We're really, really spread apart in distance. So Zoom is just the reality of how we have to interact. And I'm wondering, in these future endeavors, where do we exactly plan on you know hosting these meetings, considering that I don't know where everyone's from geographically, but I think that'd be important to see because it's quite a travel for me to go either up or down in the state.
But my thing is, it's also hard for me, but I'm making my business to be where I need to be because it's that important to me. I don't care where it is. I'm making my business, and I feel like everybody should do the same thing. How are we discussing something so important that taking care of, we call it our community where we live, the whole state, the whole nation? We got to be on our P's and Q's about this thing here. This is very, very important. And all this, oh, I can't go, I can't go. What did you think about when you applied to be on this committee? That's what I want to find out. What did you think about? What did you think we were going to be doing if you're representing? So this is not making any accusations to people. It's looking at what we as a person and as people and as dedicated people to build environmental justice to the point that it really makes a difference. That's what I'm looking at. Are we there? We're not even there yet.
Yeah, it does take a lot to set up a brand new board that has no rules and that we're, you know, paving the way ourselves. But with that being said, what do you plan to get out of your role here, and what types of things are you looking at your community?
Are you talking about me? It's not just my community. Like I said, I've been all over the nation for environmental justice. It don't make me no different. If it's something that I got to do, I can help to let people see what needs to be done, I'm going to be there. I'm poor. I don't even have the money to do anything. My organization is not funded. So, you know, that's not what I'm getting out of this. What I'm getting out of this is that we should be connected as people who are dedicated to doing the work that needs to be done, whether it's in our community or in our state or whatever, that there is no jealousy, there's no nothing, that we as a people, I mean, go all the way back to the Constitution, I don't care, but we've got a very important job to do, and we need to get busy doing those jobs and not who is important and who's not. That's my feeling. I mean, I need to get something done where I live. Because it looks like I've done more around the country than in my own county and my own state. There is something wrong here in the state of California.
Thank
And
you.
we're supposed to be trying to fix it.
And that's why I asked you, like, what are some of those things that you wanted to fix?
I just told you.
I'm curious, can we come back to maybe that discussion during the work plan just to, we will talk about what y'all's priorities are and where you'd like to work and what you'd like to do at the next agenda item. I want to highlight, Jillian, you might have a comment about
Yeah.
meetings?
Thank you for the discussion. And I hear a lot of conversation about, wanting to get to the work, wanting to get to that. As we lead into this work plan conversation, I would also think about the number of times meeting in person for public meetings potentially being reduced. We are at a limited amount of money. We're working within a budget for this EJAC, and I know that y'all want to have some money to be able to spend to go out into
Don't have no
community.
money.
So just thinking about prioritizing travel for different things. And as you plan the work plan and also as we have these governance conversations, we'll really want to think about where we want to spend that travel money.
Thank you, Jillian. I see Karen has her hand raised.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to, I'm going to just have to take issue with all due respect around, questioning anyone's commitment as a result of how they're choosing to meet or able to meet. And so a lot of the work that I do does involve me being in person because I work with older African Americans and Black Americans throughout the Southern California region who prefer to meet in person. And that requires me crossing many county lines to be face to face. I'm also a single mother and I have a job that requires me to work 88 hours a week, among other things. So it's very difficult to meet in person for a variety of reasons, and that is no reflection on my commitment and my ability to be fully engaged and to get work done, with the understanding that not everyone is even able to meet virtually or would not prefer to meet virtually. So in the spirit of inclusion, I would like to be able to both recognize people's preferences and accommodate people's preferences. At the same time, we are very engaged in working in our communities. And I think that is a reflection of our commitment. And so I just want to just be really clear. I think each and every one of us who is represented on the EJAC is 100% committed to this work, regardless of how they can meet. And I want to be sensitive to people of all abilities, whether it's physical or otherwise, to just be present in the best way, in the most convenient way that you can, so you can continue to do the work on behalf of your communities.
Thank you, Karen. I see Magali has her hand raised.
Yes, and I also want to remind everyone, we are all volunteers. This is not a paid position, we're volunteering, and we're giving it at all because we want to make sure that the government or whoever makes decision makers, those who are writing rules or creating rules, that we bring it should be the process of bottom up, not top to bottom. So, and I do respect that everybody wants to meet in person. I like that too. But however, we are so busy. I'm not there because I hurt my leg and I cannot travel right now. But if I could, I would have been there. I think it's important as well. But we do have to recognize this is a volunteer position. We are giving it, it's a Monday, the whole day taking off from our regular emergencies that we're facing, especially here in my community. We're having large number of people that are coming to take and kidnap our people. And that's another, layer of what we already confronted with in our work as an environmental justice activist. We're also, having all these other things happening in our community plus. So, and I appreciate everyone for being here, either virtually, and wish we would have been there with you as well.
Magali, I want to recognize, what you just said. That is really huge. You all are taking time out of your schedules, out of your communities, serving your communities to be here. And so I just want to recognize that is a time commitment and that we really appreciate it. I want to offer up for consideration of a motion to have 2 meetings, just based on what I'm hearing, 2 meetings next month, one where we have a working session, and these can be virtual, and then your other public meeting. And that can be virtual, but it will be like this, where the public can come watch and comment. In order to further move forward with our governance structure and work planning, because it sounds like you all want to be involved. We don't want subcommittees for this, for leadership. We want everyone to be giving input. So that's what I'm hearing. I'd like to offer that up as a motion, to have 2 meetings in July, one where we continue the governance structure and one where it's a public meeting and they're virtual. That wasn't the best stated motion, but that's what I'm hearing back from you all. 2 meetings in July that are virtual, one that's a working session where we further develop the governance together. And the second meeting will be the public meeting where the public can come participate, like today.
Can you remind me, and maybe I guess we have to, help select this together, but what is the physical location looking like for the second meeting?
So that will be virtual for July. That's what I'm proposing. We have 2 virtual meetings. One is a working session of just the EJAC members and our team. That's it. And the second meeting will be virtual, but it'll be open to the public. So people can zoom in, make public comments, things like that. How does that land with you all to move forward with what we have to do together? That's my motion. Can I get a second for that?
I second.
Thank you, Karen, seconding.
Aye.
Is there any discussion on that motion?
Wait, who made that motion? Because I thought it was supposed to be the EJAC who makes motions.
Well, we don't have chairs right now. So I'm proposing a motion. I'm kind of acting in that stead today until we have your governance figured out. If you don't want to vote on this, that can be part of the discussion. You say, I don't want to vote on this motion.
No, I would prefer if one of us makes that motion.
Okay.
How about I make the motion that we have 2 digital meetings in July. One that is what do we call it? A get ready for the EJAC, and that's EJAC members only. And then another that is a public EJAC meeting with time for the public to be on as well.
I'd like to propose it. Thank you, Miguel. I'd like to propose an amendment to that motion, and that I heard, Kat, that there would be staff members at the EJAC meeting. It would not be EJAC only. It would be EJAC with supportive staff. Is that my understanding?
Yes, it would be supporting by the consultants. We are here to help you with the governance structure. That's one of our roles, to memorialize what you're talking about and to provide you with documentation and information. So yes, I think that working session would be with the EJAC members and our team.
Okay. How long will these meetings be? Because we've had some pretty long Zoom meetings, and I don't know if just sitting mostly one place is a very good thing. We should be moving, and yeah, how long will they be? And we're trying to get the community on a Zoom meeting, our prospective communities to also call in on a Zoom meeting. I'm sorry, but I don't know what's that going to look like. It sounds like it's a whole lot of folks. And sometimes the Zoom things mess up or we can't, people can't get in and get through. So uh, I'm just curious that if somebody knows what that'll look like, or have they had those kinds of meetings with multiple communities?
Yeah, can I weigh in? Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I had to step out to go to the Environmental Justice Coalition meeting for a few minutes. I'm back. Karen, to your question, yes, staff will be there to assist with staff being consultants, and DTSC staff will be there to assist with the logistics fundamentals, the technical operations of the meeting. And we also are taking notes, and your meetings are being recorded so that they can also be put on the web, so that on the internet, so that people who miss this can come back, or if you all want to double check what was said and how it was said, you too can come back and look at your own meeting. So that will happen. To Ms. Stone, the probably the best thing that came out of COVID in the and as we've evolved over the last 5 years is the ability for government with simultaneous translation. So again, with staff on hand, we are able to do that, and people can call in by phone, people can Zoom in by camera, by computer. There's a number of ways people can join. So we try to make it most accessible. We probably will be leaving out someone, but we try to make it as accessible as we can. And then I leave the question back to you about when. I've heard you all say, and I know Kat and the facilitator team have heard you all say, we want meetings that are accessible to the public. So that kind of means you're going to have to do late afternoon or evenings.
Yeah.
And what your duration is up to you. But I've heard you say no more than 2 hours or 3 hours. So for the amount of business that you all still have to do, there's going to be a few long meetings. But that's just my observation. But I did want to answer a couple of questions there. Thank you.
And thank you, Sterling. I appreciate that. And it wasn't a question. I was amending the motion that Miguel made because it was stated as EJAC only, and I just wanted to amend that there would be staff there.
My misunderstanding. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
All right, just being aware of time. Oh, Miguel, I see your hand is raised.
Oh, no, I was clapping
clapping.
for
okay.
Karen. I was like, thank you for correcting my motion. It was a little flawed. Thank you.
Appreciate the endorsement. So it sounds like there's a motion on the floor. Just in the thinking about time here, we're a little over our agenda time. Can we have a vote on that amendment, or did we get a second on that amendment?
I second.
I second already.
Okay, all
Sorry.
right. Well, I'll call for a vote then on this motion. Miguel Alatorre,
Aye.
George Galvis is absent. Kevin Hamilton,
Aye.
Karen Lincoln,
Yes.
Am Nguyen,
Yes.
Magali Sanchez Hall,
Yes.
and Ms. Stone.
Vote.
We're voting yes.
I second it, so, okay. Yes.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you all. Hey, it's a great discussion. We're going to move on now to talk about work planning, agenda item 4. So before we get into discussion here, I'd like to just share a few things, just some reflections of what we heard from you all in our one-on-one calls with some of you. Again, this isn't with every EJAC member, it's just with a few of you. So there is still much more room for folks to weigh in on these things. We just want to reflect back some of what we heard. We heard some goals for this year, our outreach and education to communities through events or materials. We heard that community engagement, including identifying best practices and approaches for filling gaps, is a priority. And we heard that also establishing the EJAC structure like governance is a priority. So it's a good thing we're talking about it today. As far as the work that DTSC is doing that they've shared with you all, we talked about what are your top couple of initiatives from DTSC that you would like to engage on. And we heard some of the top votes were for the public participation manual update. And that's where you can influence how DTSC is doing that community engagement. We also heard interest in the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative. We heard interest in the Hazardous Waste Management Plan and Safer Consumer Products. Those were the top four interested priorities from DTSC that you all are interested in looking into and working on. We also heard interest in hosting across communities that the EJAC represents with tailored approaches and strategies for each community. So I will pause there and see if there are any questions or items for discussion that you have related to the work plan for either us or each other or DTSC.
Well, I remember one of the concerns was that with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, that some of the communities or other states had better ways to deal with chloride and other kinds of toxins that should be used across the nation and not just in one community. And I feel like that's very important. And they were talking about the process, and I was like, okay, I'm thinking, how do we get a hold of that information, which would be good for other communities as well?
Thank you for that, Ms. Stone. That would be helpful to learn those things, and we can uplift them in your best practices that you guys develop on your work plan. But I think that's a great flag for us to learn more about. Yeah?
I would say one piece that I'm particularly interested in this work plan is the community engagement piece. How we're going to involve our community members, how we will be dissecting this information. And I mean, going past the standard, EJAC meetings, I feel like definitely, I'll be straight up with everyone here that there is no way in Hades that anyone in Kettleman City would join this meeting at this time. It's just not feasible. People can't afford to be away from work. But with that being said, I would like to see what are our opportunities to engage the general public. What is our ability to host forums so that we may involve community input in the decisions that we make? I think all the folks that have spoken today, I would love to get a sense of where their communities come from, where our communities aligned, and make sure that we're, in a sense, not stepping on toes and that we're working together as efficiently as we possibly can. So I'd be really curious to hear what the extent of community engagement is, what the possible budget is for these things, and how we can, best provide these custom tailored solutions to the individual communities that we serve.
I can respond to some of your questions, and thank you for that, Miguel. And maybe DTSC can also add some flavor. But in our work with you all, we would love to plan community meetings, and we have the ability to do 4 public meetings all. So I just want to share that out. And so that is another reason why we were discussing with the budget, with having many in-person meetings with you all. We have to balance that with how many community meetings we want to have with your communities.
I wanted to press that issue a little bit more. So when I hear there's a budget available for 4 meetings, it would be really nice to know on our end, like what's budgeted. So I'll give you an example is that when we put on, forums in Kettleman City, we take care of people's dinner. We take care of child care providers, and we make sure that we hire them local and pay them a great amount for the hard work that they do. And so I'm wondering if these are things that were taken into consideration, and if they're not, if we as the EJAC would have the ability to make sure that our community members are taken care of.
Thank you for that.
My concern is that if we don't have the funds to do those kinds of things, and we do them anyway without those funds, and I'm back again to equality. So where the, the funds that other organizations already have or are able to pay their people, this is news to me because we've done some astounding work without funds at all to pay anybody, and even with just what we have. So yeah, that's a good question. So what I'm saying is, if there's not enough money, we still should be able to have a process where we can reach out to people and get them fact sheets and all those kinds of things, even if we don't have the funding.
I will wait to respond. I see Magali has her hand up. Go ahead.
I think it's important that everyone knows there is a budget that was set aside for this to set us up and for us to function for the first 2 years. There is a budget, and I think a lot of us probably don't know exactly what the budget looks like, but it was sent to us, and it's something that we have not discussed, but the budget is there. It's for us to decide, basically. That's what we need to start doing. We really want this to go into the communities, which I think it can create a great strength if we put this budget to work exactly directly with the communities so they can get involved, they can get engaged, they can get information, and that we can bring information from bottom up. That's exactly, how I see ourselves working with the communities and not making public meetings. I think community engagement is beyond that. It's meeting the community constantly. Not taking for granted that this space is this is very important, but most of the work is with the communities. And I know California is very large. We have a lot of work to do. I would love to meet the community of Miguel and the barriers and the burdens that they're going through. I would love to meet Karen's also communities that she works with, Nam as well, and as well as Kevin, George, and you, Miss Levon. This is something that I think is very important that we should be prioritizing, and that we make sure that we look at that budget, as Miguel mentions, and look to see that it goes directly to the community so they can participate with enthusiasm and really wanted to be there, be part of the whole process. And that's, and I think we need to start looking at that budget, honestly, if we want to talk about community engagement and how to set it up.
Thank you, Magali. I see Karen has her hand raised. Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. I agree. And I raised my hand after Miguel was speaking because we provide those. We also provide transportation because I work with a lot of older adults in our communities, and they would not be able to attend if we did not provide for that. So I'm wondering just to be able to move us forward, because community engagement is that's the priority of the work that I do. It's the center of the work that I do. I'm wondering if our next meeting with the EJAC can carve out time to have that conversation, because one of the discussions I had in the one-on-ones was I thought it'd be really important for us to meet as EJAC members to talk about the different ways that we engage communities. And I mentioned I use talk shows and game shows and conversation cafes, and they're not sort of the typical academic format like this, but I would be really interested to hear how other people, the types of ways that they're engaging communities, particularly young people and people who are in different regions. And so I'm wondering if we'd be able to carve out time just to move us forward in that July meeting to set up governance, but also to have the conversation around the budget and the different ways that we like to engage our communities.
Thank you, Karen.
I wanna second that thought, Ms. Karen. I think that that's an excellent idea, and I would say in terms of tools that we've been using to engage is, I think it'd be great if we did some type of digital forum or something where we announced ourselves to the public. I'd hate to sound cheesy, but Unidos Network has a podcast, and we would be happy to bring our equipment and make sure that all of us had the opportunity to tell the public exactly why we're involved in this work and why it's so important. Because I want to be transparent, and I'm sure the other members of this EJAC board want to be transparent as to what we want to get out of this experience and what we're working towards. And I, for one, am really big into public engagement 100%. And so whatever we can do to make sure that every step of this process is 100% visible to the public, and with the caveat of that it's not so overly academic that normal everyday people can't understand what we're discussing and how we're coming to these things. So I would say I highly suggest that part of our meeting in July be something that we work on, the public visibility of the EJAC and how we're putting ourselves out there as members. So I don't know if we had to make a motion again. I'm new to this whole thing as well, but I'd really be curious as to what kind of motion we have to make to make this a possibility, and wondering if, again, us being in the public like that, like a podcast or a forum or a Zoom like that, would be something that we can pull off. And one more thing that I wanted to add to this discussion is in terms of, getting these meetings going. Kettleman City and Unidos would be happy to provide our base of operations as one of the possible meeting locations if that differs the cost. And I'm sure that everyone on this EJAC board also has a space in mind where their community gathers that would probably be more discounted than, say, having the government spend money at a certain location. So I don't know if that's something that we want to do to keep costs down so that we can, bring this out to the public and have more than just 4 meetings, because there's 7 of us on here. So that's already 7 communities that we should be doing it in. So that's just my 2 cents. But with that being said, I kind of leave it to you guys to see, to guide us on what motions we could make.
Well, I think that's a great idea. I'm a producer with the public television station in Monterey County. We have multiple CDs of the work that we've done. And I think that would be great because we have done, and I know I keep saying this because I'm wondering why we able to do all these great things and we didn't even have funds to do it with. I mean, it's just really surprising to me. That would be a new thing to have funds to do more. We just had a meeting on May the 29th at the Monterey School of Law with our organization. And I think they only charged us $100, but we brought in people from the Air District, the aquarium, and all different types of groups in our community. We had the college students there and high school students and and even a couple of grade school students. But that would be great. If we could have more, we could even do more. We brought in a training work group for the people who lived in that community. We interviewed 350 people so that they could get trained in how to deal with toxins and how to remove them and how to address. And wow, I think that it was really some great things. The sad part about it was the FORA board did not keep their word that after the training and the certifications that these people would be used to help work on removing toxins and just all kinds of stuff. So thank you. And how do you know?
I'm on scene.
Okay.
See you guys.
I just want to share that as far as the work plan goes, you all have that ability to introduce those concepts to DTSC as well in your recommendations to them. This is how we think outreach should be done in these communities. That can be a part of your work planning process where you are creating those recommendations.
I, for one, would like to just straight up make the motion that we make part of our work plan to focus on thorough community engagement. And I don't know what that looks like yet, but I think it'd be a good motion to make sure that we're staying on top of, what we're putting out into the public and how we do those things, and recognizing that it's not there's no Band-Aid solution, right? Every community is going to have a custom, solution. And I think that we should satisfy them as best we can. I, for one, love, to hear everyone's thoughts on like what, I guess if we should do more than 4 community meetings, how we get there. And I think it starts also with if we could get like the exact numbers that are being used as a baseline for how much each meeting costs. Like an example, if you guys are like budgeting 5,000, 10,000, whatever it looks like, it'd be really nice to know so that we can adjust those numbers as we see fit in our communities. If that's a possibility, that would be really helpful.
I believe Karen had mentioned, and forgive me for not having my notes in front of me as to whether or not this was a motion, but I think you had discussed the next meeting. You all would discuss, we would take some time to talk about the budget, and we would take some time to discuss how you would like to meet with your communities at the next meeting. I'm also hearing a motion from Miguel on making sure that thorough and deep community engagement is embedded in the work you're doing on the work plan. Am I hearing that correctly?
Thorough and robust.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel. So in terms of my initial attempt at a motion, or at least the beginnings of a draft, I was inquiring whether our first EJAC meeting that's scheduled in July, part of that meeting could be devoted to governance, and then the other part focusing on our community engagement, then also getting a better understanding of the budget that's available for us to engage in those activities. And then the second thing, so that would be a motion. The second thing is I want clarification about, because I heard Miguel talk about and mention rightly so that community engagement should be part of our work plan. But here, as in this overview, community engagement is in the work plan. So I want to make sure that I understand that what we're asking for is not redundant.
Understood. We may not need a motion on that piece. Would you like to make your motion regarding next meetings, and then we can talk about subcommittees for the next couple of minutes?
Yes. So I make a motion that the July meeting of the EJAC be devoted to governance and community engagement plan.
I second that motion.
Excellent. Any more discussion on that motion? Oh, Magali, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to amend it to include also the budget.
Thank you. Okay, I hear a motion that the July meeting of the EJAC will focus on governance and community engagement and the budget.
I agree to the addition of the budget. I second.
Okay, can I call for a vote? All right. Miguel Alatorre,
Aye.
George Galvis is absent. Kevin Hamilton,
Aye.
Karen Lincoln,
Yes.
Sam Nguyen,
Yes.
Magali Sanchez Hall,
Yes.
and Levon Stone. Okay, great. Business done. So we also wanted to talk with you all about a subcommittee for work plans. And similar to what we discussed previously, we have a recommendation that we think would be helpful for moving this work forward, which is a subcommittee comprised of the co-chairs, as well as members selected by the co-chairs that have shown interest in wanting to be on this committee. So I'd like to hear from you all how you think, how you feel about that proposal to have subcommittees with the co-chairs and whoever else is interested in being on that subcommittee assigned by the co-chairs to further develop the work plan. Miguel?
I'm just curious, what examples, like name kind of like some examples that would be potential subcommittees other than, say, like community engagement. I know we were, heavy on that one, but I believe we had also said like a governance committee. How many committees are we trying to create here, and what is that looking like?
Yeah, that's a good question. Some of that is up to you all. Today, we have just proposed the two, which was the leadership subcommittee that we just spoke about to further develop governance. However, you all voted on having the meeting in July where we discuss it as a group. The second recommendation is for this work planning subcommittee, which is the co-chairs as well as anyone else who's interested and assigned. Further development of working groups and subcommittees can be developed by you all, whatever you decide you want to have. And that's part of the governance work, right? Is like we think that we need to work a working group or a subcommittee on a certain topic. So these are just proposals. Again, they can be amended to wherever you want to see.
Now, maybe if I could ask my fellow EJAC members, in your, collective views or in your individual views, what subcommittee would best work for us to kind of throw all of our chips in? Or what is it looking like? Because I'm a little confused as to maybe like the purpose of subcommittees. If I feel like we're all supposed to represent our, I guess, regions or people or communities, I'm kind of confused.
2 hands up there.
Go ahead, Karen.
So I'd like Nam to speak first, and then I can speak after Nam.
Yeah, so I think it's very important and relevant to have a subcommittee for our parliamentary rules and also budgeting combined. Since we're trying to develop a consensus-based model, it's important for us to get that settled down first. With everything, I mean, I know it's gonna be iterative as well, but just have something written down, something about what we're trying to do in the future in relation to how we set up our meetings in the future. I also think it's very relevant to have a work plan subcommittee as well. Hence we're talking about this right now. It's just my biggest concern is how, like, if we're gonna have, let's say, like a chair or 2 chairs in the subcommittee for work plan, and we're gonna have 2 members, let's say like Kevin or Karen, for example, that means that a majority of the entire EJAC will already be in the subcommittee itself. And so my thought process in this is, at that point, should we just include everybody as well? I know subcommittees are great to have like compartmentalization, have tasks done. It's just I just don't a little bit understand like it's kind of redundant to me. Let's say that again. I'm going back to my previous point. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I appreciate that. I think I'm in agreement with having these 2 subcommittees. I think that somebody has to be responsible for writing this up and making sure that these drafts get distributed to the EJAC committee for feedback, and someone has to incorporate that feedback. So we need someone to take some responsibility for drafting these documents. And it also is both of these subcommittees have a determinate timeline. They're not infinite. Like once the work plan is developed, this particular subcommittee, given the way that it's been described, goes away unless we decide to include other activities within the responsibility of these subcommittees. But the way that they've been described is a subcommittee to set up governance, a subcommittee to set up the work plan, and then what happens after these subcommittees they've completed those responsibilities. So maybe that's a conversation that we can have as a group If we want to maintain these subcommittees but expand the responsibilities within these subcommittees or not, and then create, develop other subcommittees. And then my final comment, based on what Nam said, and I agree, we might want to consider having one, if we have a co-chair model, to have one co-chair as, being a member of one of the subcommittees, and another co-chair being, maybe leadership would be different, but I don't think we necessarily need to have two co-chairs on the subcommittees. I think it's a heavy lift, and I would love to be able to give more leadership opportunities to every member of the EJAC, not just the co-chairs.
I would like to be on the subcommittee for the work plan, because I think that is very important. And I've worked a lot with the Environment Protection Agency and those work plans, and I would really like to see them work.
Thank you, Ms. Stone, and thank you, Karen. I just want to echo what Karen had mentioned, that the purpose of the subcommittees that we're proposing today is exactly that, to help you all develop those structures. And it doesn't have to exist forever. I mean, it could be a termed until the work plan is voted on and adopted by you all, and same with your governance structure. And I also, I just want to highlight, we can, you all can certainly decide if you want one co-chair on one co-chair on the other. So thank you for lifting that up. Kevin, I see you have a hand raised.
Yes, I want to echo what Karen said. I couldn't have said it better, so I won't say much more. But these are two critical committees that we need to get ourselves set up. I hear the argument, Nam, the idea that, there's only 7 of us. Does it make sense to split up? But I have to say that my experience suggests to me that yes, because in that group, some people are more interested in building the nuts and bolts of a work plan. And then other crazy people like me are really into governance structures and how they work. And again, making sure that one comes out the other side that really does create what everybody has envisioned for this. So, and that'll allow us to get down to the real hard work around here. For instance, one thing that I want to focus on, and I think others do too, is how does this agency communicate with our communities in all its different ways. I personally have known people in small shops that have felt like they got their throat cut by this agency. Products they had to use as part of their work in their shop. And they had no idea that there was a rule or regulation about how they ventilated the place or what they did. So, that shouldn't happen, that kind of thing. The variety of things. And then people have things where we live, and Miguel and I live. I live within about 4 miles of one of the sites at DTSC. I sometimes wonder what's going in there. Stuff that's in there, the ceiling is holding up because there's housing all around it. So, and it's the same on the west side of the valley and Buttonwillow, one of the biggest sites down in Kern. So we work with all the community based organizations that work in those areas and have been for many years. And we're here to fight for them and to get their voice. And make sure that the voices that this agency is hearing, it understands, is respectful toward, and again, communicates in a way that makes sense. And hopefully they get to bring their opinion on maybe. That was really a soapbox thing, sorry. But yes, I support.
I don't believe there's
And
been
we've already got one member, by the way, for the work plan.
Well,
no one has made a motion yet, but I do want to just.
I'll make a motion to establish both a governance and a work plan committee as 2 separate committees. Each shall have at least 1 co-chair on that committee. For this kind of work, I would say the minimum number of people on the committee should be. And if somebody wants to be on both of them, they can. And again, the committee's work comes back to the whole EJAC.
Second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second from Ms. Stone. I also see Magali has a hand raised, and I also just want to let you all know that we have public comment before lunch. So just to give you all a
Before?
time check.
That was after.
I must have read this agenda wrong.
I am
Oh.
gonna hold on my comment just because I know it's public comments already, and I will prefer to hear from the public.
Yes, yes, we have a motion on the floor.
I just wanted to say real quick, thank you to all the EJAC members who helped, walk me through this as to like why we need a subcommittee. So I totally agree with everyone, and I think we can move it forward.
Okay. So there's no more discussion on this item?
No.
Right. I will go ahead and call for a vote. Miguel Alatorre,
Aye.
Kevin Hamilton,
Yes.
Karen Lincoln,
Yes.
Nam Nguyen,
Yes.
Magali Sanchez Hall,
Yes.
Levon Stone. Okay, that motion passes. Thank you all. So we have our next agenda item, which is public comment period for the working session, everything that we just discussed. Folks can make comments on. So we will now open the floor for public comment on agenda items previously discussed in the working session.
One question. The agenda that I saw said that public comments would be from 2 to 6. Is that,
Yes, we have two public comment periods,
oh, I didn't know.
number
that
5
we
and
had-
number 11.
I'm sorry. I didn't know we had public comments. for lunch.
Okay, speakers will be given 3 minutes to speak, and we have allotted 10 minutes total for this public comment session. We ask public commenters to please state your name and affiliation if relevant. If you are on Zoom and wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. We will start with in-person speakers, then move to Zoom speakers. Then we will call for comments from the Spanish language dial-in, and then we will read public comments from the chat out loud. Please turn on the chat at this time. Lillian, how many speakers do we have for this item in public, and who is our first speaker?
We have 0 in-person public comments.
Thank you. How many speakers do we have on Zoom, and who is our first public speaker?
I'm seeing one hand raised in Zoom, Miss Audra Walton.
All right, please go ahead, Miss Audra Walton.
Good afternoon, everyone, to the EJAC board and staff. Thank you. My name is Audra Walton. I'm a resident in Marina, California, which is in Monterey County under Ms. Stone's jurisdiction. I just really wanted to make this public comment to thank all of you for being here today, spending your time with us, educating us, letting us hear how your board is formulating and coming together. I appreciate your hearts and what you're doing for us here in the state with respect to environmental justice. Thank you so very much, and I'll end there.
Thank you, Miss Audra Walton. We really appreciate your comment. Are there any other speakers on Zoom at this time?
There are none.
Thank you. Interpreters, Mark and Leticia, are there any Spanish dial-in comments for interpretation?
Good afternoon. This is Mark, Spanish interpreter. There are currently no Spanish comments on either Zoom or the phone line.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Lillian, appreciate it. Lillian, are there any comments in the chat?
There are no comments in the chat.
Okay. Well, thank you all for making your comments today. We really appreciate you taking the time to attend and make your comments. Are there any comments, questions from the EJAC members regarding our public speakers? Yeah.
I just wanted to thank Audra for her comments and really just thankful that she was able to attend today as a member of the public, and hopefully we can do the best job we can.
And she's very active in our community. And I guess she didn't take up a lot of time saying what we need in our community. But I really do thank you for being on.
Thank you. I see Magali has her hand raised.
Planning Commission.
Yes, I also wanted to say thank you for the participation. It's nice to hear from the communities. So, and I also want to remind all of us that our goal is to basically give a recommendation to the BES, right? And what will be the process? How can we be effective, not just to be a recommendation, but more than that, to take action. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Karen, would you like to make a comment about the public comment?
Yes, well, I'd like to thank Ms. Walton for your comment, and you know, it brings a different, it brings it to light, right? It really grounds us when we hear from the public and the people that we are charged to represent. So I feel very privileged to be in this position. And so I want to thank you for that. And I'd also like for us to think about, you know, the lack of comments. And I know a lot of what we were talking about was sort of nuts and bolts and, you know, and the work that we're doing, but I mean, these are the kinds of things I think about. And this is why we're here. We want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak who wants to speak. And so this is probably not the best meeting to have the most engagement, because we were doing a lot of our sort of work in terms of establishing the EJAC, but in the future, I'd like us to pay attention to that.
Thank you, Karen. And I just want to highlight too, we have a 60-minute time slot on agenda item 11 to hear from the public again. And, you know, we welcome your feedback always on how you'd like these public comment pieces to be in your public meetings, you know, how long you want them, how frequent. So absolutely, thank you for the feedback. With that, I would like to close the public comment period and switch us to lunch if there's no more thoughts or comments on that. None? Okay, we will close the public comment period. We will have a lunch break for 1 hour, actually on time, so we will return at 2. I don't know how that happened. We are on time. We'll return at 2, and if the EJAC members could please look at your emails so that we can have a working session during lunch, as you all requested, to further discuss leadership. So please check your email. There is a room. We will guide the in-person folks to the room where we're going to be having lunch, and we'll see you back in an hour. Thank you all so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome back after our hour-long lunch break. I hope you all had a productive working session. I'm curious if there has been any, before we move into our next agenda item, I'm curious if there was any discussion on leadership and co-chairs. And I just open it up to you all to reflect back to us what you discussed for the last hour.
Yeah, so in the last hour, we had conversations about who we want to be next co-chair, and we were wondering if we can re-amend the co-chair discussion again and make a vote in this next 4 hours of our meeting. But we definitely have a decision now to be made, and if it's possible, we would like to make it soon.
So we'd like to propose a motion. We have taken a straw vote. The question is, do we need to take that vote again?
If you know who you want to nominate, you could make a motion to nominate those two, and we could vote on that. We could do it several different ways.
Is everybody comfortable with that? Everybody good with that? Okay. So we're making a motion to vote on two nominees, Gail and Karen.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
By Nam. All right, is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, I don't think I see any hands raised. All right, so let's take a vote then on nominating Miguel and Karen as the co-chairs of the EJAC. I would like to call roll here for this vote. Miguel Alatorre.
Aye.
George Galvis is absent. Kevin Hamilton.
Yes.
Karen Lincoln.
Yes.
Nam Nguyen.
Yes.
Magali Sanchez Hall.
Yes.
And Levon Stone. Is that a yes, Ms. Stone? I just want to make sure that folks can hear you online. Okay. Can I confirm that maybe you could pull the microphone just a little bit closer?
I don't need to speak, whatever's being decided.
Okay, that sounds like a yes from Ms. Stone. Right, that motion passes. Thank you all. Get your work on that during the lunch session. Right, so now we're going to open up the public session here where we're going to restate some of our housekeeping items that we had discussed previously at the top of the meeting. So before we begin this session, I'd just like to restate that we will have translation today. Slide, please. By Mark and Leticia. They'll be our interpreters. Please note the interpretation globe and please click it and select your language. All participants need to select a language, either English or Spanish. Mark, can you please interpret? One moment, folks. We'll get our interpretation going here in a second.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. This is Mark Gutierrez, interpreter. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you, Mark. Would you
Thank
like
you
me to
so-
restate?
My apologies. I was using the wrong headset. Thank you for your patience there. Yes, we will provide those language access instructions once more for the benefit of everybody listening. Muy buenas tardes. Para aquellos que deseen escuchar, por favor, le pedimos que busque el icono de un globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla, que dice Interpretation, y seleccione su idioma. Puede seleccionar cualquier, ya sea el inglés o el español. Y para tabletas o teléfonos inteligentes, puede buscar los 3 puntos que dicen More o más y encontrar la función de interpretación ahí. Thank you, Kat. Back to you.
Thank you, Mark. For both tablet and phone users, you can click the More button to find the interpretation option. And for in-person translation, please ask for a headset at the front table just outside the room. Please translate.
Y como recordatorio, para su teléfono inteligente o tableta, puede buscar la función con los 3 puntos que dice More o más para encontrar la función de interpretación. Y para traducción presencialmente, por favor, diríjase a la mesa que está justo fuera de la sala para pedir un par de auriculares. Thank you, Kat.
Thank you. Please look around now and identify 2 exits. In some cases, an exit may be behind you. In the event of a fire alarm, we're required to evacuate this room. Please take your valuables with you and do not use the elevators. While staff will endeavor to assist you to the nearest exit, you should also know that you may find an exit door by following the ceiling-mounted exit signs. Evacuees will exit down the stairways and possibly to a relocation site across the street. If you cannot use the stairs, you will be directed to a protective vestibule inside a stairwell. Should we have to relocate out of the building, please obey all traffic signals and exercise caution while crossing the street. Bathrooms are located outside the double doors to the left past the mezzanine. We will be hearing public comments today on agenda item number 11. and we'll hear comments from both the public and online participants at these times. We will call for virtual public comments by asking participants to raise their virtual hands. We ask that all Zoom participants remain muted until they are called on to speak. For virtual participants on a computer, you can find the raise hand feature under React. For phone or tablet virtual participants, you'll find this feature under More. For phone participants, you can raise or lower your hand by pressing *9. Once you have been called on, please unmute yourself to provide your public comment. For phone participants, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. We appreciate all participants staying on mute until it's your turn to speak. Please share your name and any affiliation before giving your public comment. We ask that EJAC members and DTSC wait to respond to public commenters if desired until all speakers are heard to ensure that the commenters have enough time to speak. We'd like to also ask EJAC members stay muted when not speaking and to please raise your hand online or in person to ensure everyone is heard. Slide. For in-person participants wishing to comment on agenda item 11, please fill out the corresponding comment card at the desk right outside the door. Remember which agenda item you signed up to speak for. In this case, it'll be 11. Public comments will be heard in order. Please wait until you hear your name called for your agenda items and then approach the podium and microphone to make your comment. We will first call for in-person public comments to be heard in order. We will then hear from Zoom participants in order. Then we'll call for public comments from those on the Spanish language dial-in. And lastly, we will read public comments from the chat. The chat feature will be turned on during public comment periods. Technical support will be provided today by Elena Ortiz. In addition, the meeting materials can be found at https://dtsc.ca.gov/environmental-justice-advisory-council. This meeting is being recorded today, and the meeting recording and other meeting items, such as minutes, can be found at the previously mentioned website following the meeting. Now I'd like to ask for the EJAC members to introduce themselves by telling us their names, pronouns, and any other information they'd like to share regarding their appointment to the EJAC with the public. Elle is taking a break here, so I will call on Kevin.
Hi, I'm Kevin Hamilton. I'm with San Joaquin Valley Medical Advocates for Healthy Air, formerly Executive Director of Central California Asthma Collaborative. I'm also a registered respiratory therapist and got my degree in geology. Him are my pronouns. I've been working in this area and seeing the impacts of this agency quite a number of years, working literally in patients' homes, farm workers' homes across the San Joaquin Valley from Kern all the way up to Stockton. We presently at CCAC have over 7,000 families we're working with to help them improve their indoor air quality and to mitigate the impacts of the geography around them they have to face every day when they step out their door. So stories of what they've seen, how it's affected their health over that time. Okay. Try to fix some of that.
Thank you, Kevin. I'd like to call on Karen Lincoln.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Karen Lincoln. I'm a professor and director at the UC Irvine School of Population and Public Health. I'm the director of the Center for Environmental Health Disparities Research and founder and director of Advocates for African American Elders. I represent Los Angeles, particularly South Los Angeles and Orange County. And I'm very excited to get the work moving forward. And I'm very encouraged by what we've been able to accomplish today. And I'm looking forward to serving.
Thank you, Karen. Nam Nguyen.
Yeah, so my name is Nam Nguyen. My pronouns are he/him. I'm currently a student at UCSD, and I'm involved with the United Nations as a local pathway fellow. I also work with the Rachel Carlson Foundation as well. And one of my biggest issues that I'm trying to, similar to Kevin actually, to investigate is air pollution and water pollution. I'm trying to investigate how air pollution such as hydrogen sulfide is affecting the population in the San Diego region. Essentially, there's a lot of sewage water in my region from the Tijuana Sewage River. That there's also a lot of toxic contaminants that affect the air. That's been affecting a lot of members in my community. But I also want to better understand how minorities and also people from low income areas are also affected from other regions of California as well. And I'm excited to work with my group in the future. And I'm excited to, I'm happy for the members of the community to come out and listen to us too.
Thank you, Nam. Magali Sanchez Hall.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Magali Sanchez Hall. I'm an environmental justice activist, a UCLA public policy master's degree. And what I do more than anything is that I engage with the youth in my community, Wilmington, where we're surrounded by five refineries and the largest port in the country. So we're tackling mostly air quality. We're tackling the air quality in the area, but we're also looking at the cleanup process from oil wells and also one of the refineries that is going to close soon, and some other issues as health impacts and also water impacts, clean water, basically.
Thank you, Magali. Ms. Levon Stone.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Stone. I'm an evangelist, and I'm the executive director of the Fort Ord Environmental Justice Network. That is an area, and the base itself is 29,000 acres, feet or whatever. It's as big as the city of San Francisco in acreage, even though it don't have the tall buildings. And every toxin and training used at that base has been very toxic to the families, to the veterans, to our children. And I'm talking about high school, grade school. We have a university there now, CSUMB. We're working with the students. We're giving them information. They have black mold in all of that stuff because some of the buildings that they're living in had black mold, and they're still taking down buildings and building other buildings, but they're still getting sick from black mold. Our job in working with every area of government is to make sure that environmental justice is being respected and the work that needs to be done will be done. And that's why I'm here on the Environmental Justice Advisory Council.
Thank you, EJAC members. We can call on Miguel to do his introductions when he returns. Now I'd like to introduce Serlene Grant, the Deputy Director for the Office of Environmental Equity, to introduce members of the Board of Environmental Safety and present our next agenda item.
A little bit of a correction. I am going to introduce members of the DTSC executive staff in this moment because they are the ones that are working very hard behind the scenes with the Office of Environmental Equity to make sure that the EJAC members have what they need, that we can meet, and also an opportunity for EJAC members to meet them and also for the public to meet them. So in no particular order, Don Foley is here. He's from the Office of he does our IT work. So he's responsible for all the computers and IT work, OEIM. And then Charla Holmes is here with us, and she's administration, all the HR kinds of and training kinds of things. Cheryl Prowell is here, and Cheryl is the assistant deputy with the Site Mitigation and Recovery Program. And Eric De La Cruz, he is our director of the Office of Civil Rights. And Grant Sale is our chief of staff. And Jillian is here next to me. She's the chief deputy under me for OEE. And then Craig Scholar is here. He's the Chief Deputy for DTSC. And then finally, because she's going to come up to the podium and say a few words, I believe, is our director, Katie Catherine Butler.
All right, there we go. Now folks online can hear. Thank you, Deputy Grant, for the introduction. And yes, I'm the one that gets to stand up here on behalf of our department. But really that executive team that Serlene just introduced is, they are the leadership, the energized backbone of this department, leading us forward into the future since reform was passed in 2021. And this advisory committee implementation of it was a key element of reform. So seeing it come to fruition today with the first inaugural public meeting is a momentous occasion. And thank you all for being here in person and online to join us today for this occasion. And it would not have happened without each and every one of our executive team members and Deputy Grant, your team, and members of our executive office, and of course the board that made this happen. My background's in public health and toxicology, and so I really enjoyed listening to all of your introductions, and I heard loud and clear this theme of public health and protecting community health, improving the health outcomes of the communities we serve. And that is really why we're all here at the department, why we have over 1,000 employees every day dedicated to this work. And whether it's administrative, behind the scenes, making sure our computers work every day, or whether it's inspectors who are out in the field, making sure facilities are compliant, or our remediation teams overseeing restoration of brownfields, putting them back into good use for communities. And of course, our Safer Consumer Products program that is working diligently with expert researchers to prevent harmful consumer products from hitting the market. And sometimes it's hard for us in that day-to-day to measure and fully grasp the outcomes that our work has those impacts eventually. Sometimes we don't see them. They may be 5 years, 10 years down the line, and they are difficult to measure. And that's why I'm so happy we have this advisory committee in place now to make sure we stay focused on that end goal of delivering and measuring those community health outcomes. Because again, that is why we're all here. And I thank all of you for bringing your unique expertise to our department, to the board, to truly advise us on how we can do our work more effectively. We're scientists, we're engineers, we're curious, we love continuous improvement, and we are a partner with you in this. And so I'm very grateful for all the time you are putting into this. I know it is time consuming to set up structures, effectively organize, and I'm really looking forward to see what we can accomplish together. I have received, in the short time since I've been director, since October, praise for the department improving its processes to be more inclusive. We have improved our processes to have better engagement, but where we're still receiving criticism is on the outcome piece. and making sure our outcomes are making a difference. And sometimes, like I said, those are years down the road, so they can be hard to measure, but I want to make sure that we set up the right metrics and the right programs and initiatives to achieve those outcome-focused goals that we all have. So thank you again, and I look forward to working with you.
In all fairness, I was also going to introduce the BES members who are present. I know there are 2 in the room. I'm going to leave that to the BES presenter only because I can't get access to see who's here on Zoom. So I don't want to mess up. So I'll let the BES presenter introduce the BES team as well. So the Environmental Justice Advisory Council, how we got here. If we could go to the next slide, please. So Katie just mentioned the reform. We call Senate Bill 158 the reform legislation, or we talk about the reform. And while that legislation called for a number of different things, including, well, a number of different things, it also called for the establishment of this EJAC as a forum with the purpose of providing an independent environmental justice advice and consultation and recommendations to the DTSC director and to the Board of Environmental Safety. When we launched this in spring and fall of 2023, we took the concept on what I call a roadshow. We went into different communities throughout California. We hosted about 4 public meetings and 1 virtual meeting to get a number of comments from residents, neighbors, community activists, and EJ stakeholders around what should this EJAC do, what should it look like, how should it be composed. And so we did that for most of 2023. Then in the fall of 2023 through 24, we created what we call the framework, the guidelines for what this Environmental Justice Advisory Council would be. And then in 2024, we went through the process of recruiting members and selecting. And now in 2025, we have selected and seated the members of the first inaugural EJAC. Next slide, please. So again, the purpose is to provide advice, recommendations to the DTSC and BES to advance our environmental justice objectives and initiatives across all of our programs, to bring community-based approach and explore community-informed solutions to our work. What are we going to do and how we're going to do it, with the community being involved in that decision-making. Advise DTSC on how to improve communications with the affected environmental justice communities. The process of selecting a member and the recruitment. Next slide, please. We did outreach throughout the state to all of our different EJ community groups that we are connected to. We had multilingual, electronic, and hard copies of material. We reached out directly to more than 3,500 people through email. We reached out directly to scores of people that we just know through our networks. And then we did the interview and selection panel. So the application period lasted last fall, like I said, in fall 2023. And the selection panel was made up of 5 people who, to be colloquial, just didn't have an investment in us, didn't have a dog in the fight, but who were also very knowledgeable of EJ issues throughout the community, who were also very knowledgeable about technical issues, and who were knowledgeable about the different parts of the state. And they were charged with finding 7 individuals to serve on the EJAC. In the recruitment and solicitation process, we received 43 applications. Most were from Southern California, 5 were from Northern California, 6 were from Central California. And that is how we got to the 7 of you all. And I am pleased that you are here. As I have come to get to know you. Next slide, please. You all have just introduced yourselves, so I won't go back through that in the interest of time. But as I have come to work with you and talk to you all, I sincerely have been encouraged and inspired by all of you, every one of you. And I'm glad that I am having the opportunity to work with you. And I think I've said it to you all, I've said it to my team. I think each of you reflect a piece of me in some place in my career and in my community walk, from when I've been really like, no, we got to do it, to why do we have to do it that way, to okay, I'll try it. I mean, I've heard all of you, and I say there's like 7 people who represent a piece of me on this committee, so I'm really excited about working with you. Next slide, please. And so we're looking, today is a day that we're kind of setting some foundational steps forward, and we are looking at ways to work collaboratively together for these recommendations to protect the community. What we do, how we do it, depends on the very work that we are doing today, and some of the possible activities based on the reform legislation. To serve as a liaison between programs and community members. We talked earlier about public outreach and engagement, education and public awareness. A lot of our work is founded, and should be, on data, metrics, and impacts to communities, so we have to look at how we're going to use data. Next slide, please. So looking at some of these activities and knowing some of the programs, we talked earlier about possibility of like what would happen with a work plan, what could happen, and there are just an array of possibilities of things this committee, council could get involved in. But some of the examples are, we have a public participation manual that talks about how we should do outreach to the community and how we should bring people in. It's based on some of the public safety codes, some of the state legislation. It needs to be updated. It hasn't been updated in more than 20 years. We have the Clean Up and Vulnerable Communities Initiative, CVCI, that has many different components to it, including workforce development, discovery and enforcement selection for cleaning up particular sites in challenged communities, and a new program that's being rolled out called the C through C, or the Community Considerate Cleanup, which I hope that we can bring a presentation to you about, because it speaks to the intersection of EJ and community engagement and project management for specific sites. The hazardous waste management plan and hazardous waste permitting. We have safer consumer products, which is a branch, a unit within DTSC, where they look at products and chemicals that impact our communities. And one of the things that's kind of percolating more, well, that's probably a bad choice of words, but coming more and more to the top are discussions about PFAS. And then we have the Site Mitigation and Restoration Program, which looks at a lot of lead contamination in our communities. So there are a number of different possible focus areas and work, and all of this is, of course, grounded in how we engage with community. So with that, we can talk a little bit about next steps. Again, why we're here today. You all will, in this immediate term, work with the governance consultant to determine your own governing structure and how we'll proceed and how we'll continue to meet and work. Determine the meeting structure and design process, and form a work plan and operational guidelines, when and how to engage with the community members, what we want to work on, what kind of ad hoc or working groups do we want to have, and do we need, or when will we bring in outside expert assistance from your own communities to tell us what's going on and advise us more about what's going on? So that's a quick overview of how we got here and what the expectations are as I sit here with you all today. Next slide, please. So I just want to thank you all again. It's been my pleasure, professional highlight to be meeting and working with all of you. And for the public, if you have more information or you want more information or you have any questions, this is a slide that tells you how you can reach us. You can also reach us through our website as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Are there any questions or comments from EJAC members at this time to DTSC staff on this presentation?
I have a comment, just a really big thank you to the DTS staff and Director Katie Butler for coming here in person. We think this is a really important body for the communities that we serve. So thank you guys for taking us serious.
I also have a comment. I want to thank the BES members coming in. I've seen that you guys were here since I'm in the East Coast right now, but 4 hours ago. So thank you guys for also listening and staying here and seeing how we're doing our work in action.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you, Serlene, for that presentation. Right. Well, we're a little ahead of schedule, but we can go ahead and move on to agenda item 9, which is a presentation on the Board of Environmental Safety. We will now hear a presentation from Sheena Brooks, the Public Outreach Manager for the Board of Environmental Safety, and Lauren Chandler, the Ombudsman for the Board of Environmental Safety. Oh, good. They're here. Thank you so much. You can just come up to this podium here.
Hello, can everybody hear me? No? It's on. Okay, can you hear me now? All right, good. And now I've got to lean back. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lauren Chandler. I'm the Ombudsperson with the Board of Environmental Safety. And today, along with our Operations and Outreach Manager, Sheena Brooks, I'll be telling you about how the board came into existence, the main things we do, and how we connect with the work of the Department of Toxic Substances Control. Joining you all in support today are 2 of our board members in person, Chair Andrew Rakestraw and Board Member Ingrid Brostrom. And joining us on Zoom are Vice Chair Alexis Strauss-Hacker and Board Member Georgette Gomez, along with many of our BES staff members, including those that are in the room today, Courtney Bailey and Greg Forrest. Next slide. We're going to be talking about some of the statutory requirements that govern how the board fulfills its mandates. You'll hear about how we engage with the public and other stakeholders in our meetings, including the role of our various subcommittees and working groups, what we report to the state legislature and to the Cal EPA secretary, how the board is involved in the permit appeals process, our role in approving the hazardous waste management plan and setting fee rates, and the board's key roles in guiding, advising, and overseeing DTSC's efforts to manage and regulate toxic substances and hazardous waste in California. As a side note, we know that the government loves its acronyms, so I will be referring to our members as BES, or more simply, the board. Next slide. Our enacting legislation makes it clear that our board members represent the general public interest and act to protect public health and reduce risks of toxic exposure, with a particular focus on disproportionately burdened and vulnerable communities. With concerns from the public and other stakeholders about the transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility of DTSC, SB 158 was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom on July 13, 2021. It enacted several policy reforms to the programs overseen by DTSC and stabilized the department's funding. These changes resulted in improved transparency and a stronger commitment to environmental protection. Most importantly, SB 158 established the Board of Environmental Safety. Next slide. The board plays a crucial oversight and governance role in managing hazardous waste and toxic substances throughout DTSC. This is achieved by engaging with stakeholders and the public, setting and adopting DTSC's annual priorities and performance metrics, and then evaluating the department's performance based on those metrics, reviewing fee structures, accepting or rejecting permit appeals, and approving DTSC's hazardous waste management plan. Next slide. The 5-member board is formed by 1 full-time chair and 4 part-time board members. 3 members are appointed to their position by the governor, and 2 are appointed by the legislature. The board as a whole is supported in day-to-day operations by our 12-person BES staff. Next slide. Our board members come from all walks of life. Our governor-appointed board chair, Andrew Rakestraw, was the deputy head of the U.S. delegation to the United Nations climate negotiations. Governor-appointed vice chair, Alexis Strauss-Hacker, also serves as chair of the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. Governor-appointed board member, Sushma Bhatia, is currently the strategy and product director at Google. Assembly-appointed board member Ingrid Brostrom is the Climate, Sustainability, and Jobs Program Director at the UC Merced Community and Labor Center. And Senate-appointed board member Georgette Gomez is the Community Development and Strategy Officer for Casa Familiar, a nonprofit community development agency where she oversees the development of low-income housing near the Mexican border. Next slide. The board is supported in its endeavors by our illustrious staff, led by our executive officer, Swati Sharma, who is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the board and management of the BES staff as a whole. Our ops team, led by operations and outreach manager, Sheena Brooks, includes board specialists, Evelyn Nuno and Courtney Bailey, who facilitate and manage our meetings and hearings to ensure they run smoothly, and also support the board members and daily operations. Our technical team, headed by Environmental Program Manager Firdos Pamerza, includes Senior Staff Engineer Linda Ocampo, Senior Environmental Scientist Marcus Raymond, and Staff Engineer Shana Avila, all of whom work tirelessly to help us better understand the data the board receives. Our board counsel, Greg Forrest, keeping us all honest and ensuring we meet our mandates, and me, your friendly neighborhood ombuds, helping the public get the information they seek. Next slide. The board is mandated to hold at least 6 regular public meetings throughout the state in order to discuss issues related to hazardous waste, its management, and other environmental health concerns. This ensures that the board can meet as needed to make decisions, review policies, address matters of public safety and environmental protection, and hear departmental priority updates from DTSC's director. Public meetings also provide opportunities for hearings on individual permitted or remediation sites. This has previously involved cleanup sites such as Santa Susana Field Lab in Southern California and Brookside in Richmond, the facility closure at Exide in Vernon, and the metal shredding facility at Radius Recycling in West Oakland. Next slide. Board meetings are governed by the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, which applies the principle of open government meetings to state-level agencies and commissions, mirroring the Brown Act's application and ensuring that the public has access to the decision-making process at both the local and state levels in California with a wider range of government entities. Under Bagley-Keene, no more than 2 board members can meet to discuss daily business outside of a public setting. In order to comply with Bagley-Keene, the board utilizes subcommittees to meet and discuss the topics within its purview. We'll be talking a little more about these subcommittees later on in the presentation. Next slide. The DTSC director and the board chairperson are required to appear before the appropriate legislative policy committees to provide an update on the department's performance when requested annually. These appearances are utilized to provide updates on DTSC's performance, to provide a report on the Cleanups in Vulnerable Communities Initiative, or CVCI, and to give an update on DTSC's implementation of various reform measures. Next slide. In addition to BES's reporting out to the legislature, the board is mandated to evaluate and report DTSC's performance to Cal EPA. This process begins when DTSC's director first sets the department's priorities. The board then adopts those priorities and evaluates the department's overall performance compared to its objectives, including the performance of its directors. The evaluation is then sent to Cal EPA Secretary Yana Garcia. Next slide. Moving on to the board's role in permitting, the board receives a report from DTSC's permitting division regarding a schedule of certain continued permit decisions, which is either adopted or revised by the board at a public meeting. Next slide. After DTSC makes hazardous waste facility permitting decisions, those decisions can be appealed to the board. This includes decisions to grant, issue, modify, or deny a hazardous waste facility permit. The board took over this responsibility from a permit appeals officer and adopted regulations with procedures and standards for the permit appeals process in 2023. Next slide. Going from our public-facing operations to inside BES, subcommittees allow our staff and board members to work together on specific areas as required by SB 158 while still respecting the limitations of Bagley-Keene. Typically, 2 members serve on each subcommittee and work with select staff members to research and analyze detailed information before presenting recommendations to the full board for its consideration. And with that, I'll hand it over to our Operations and Public Outreach Manager, Sheena Brooks, to tell you a little more about the individual subcommittees and working groups. Sheena?
Thank you, Lauren. Good afternoon, council members. In alpha order, I will share a bit more about these 6 subcommittees you see on the slide. These subcommittees play a critical role in supporting the board's responsibilities and allows the board members and BES team to focus on specific areas in greater depth. Our subcommittees are categorized by board mandates and statute. And as Lauren mentioned previously, up to 2 board members serve on each subcommittee with the relevant expertise. In addition to the subcommittees listed here, there are additional internal subcommittees that our board members and team work on, which Lauren alluded to earlier during her presentation, specifically our slide 4, which laid out the role of the board. Our subcommittees meet regularly to review key issues and make recommendations to the full board, allowing for more informed and efficient decision-making. We currently have 3 working groups, which focus on either sites or initiatives that the board has decided to work on to address concerns raised by members of the public and other stakeholders. Next slide. Starting with the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative annual report, this subcommittee is responsible for conducting an analysis of the expenditure of CVCI funds on an annual basis, including the completed projects in order to make recommendations to the legislature for future expenditures of state funds for cleanups. DTSC's objectives for CVCI focus on identifying and cleaning up contaminated sites in environmentally vulnerable communities. The board, in its annual report, evaluates the expenditures associated with the objectives. Our CVCI subcommittee members are listed on this slide here. Next slide. The Environmental Justice Subcommittee maintains engagement with nonprofit organizations throughout the state, ensuring that stakeholders stay informed about the board's work and receiving inquiries from the public. And with the help of you 7 inaugural council members, we look forward to our partnership to receive environmental justice advice, consultation, and recommendations to help safeguard communities impacted by exposure to toxic substances. The members of our Environmental Justice Subcommittee are listed here. And a quick change, I added myself to this subcommittee this morning, so I am also on this subcommittee. Next slide. DTSC fee rates. So the board is required to set fee rates each year for generation and handling, facility, and environmental fees. The board is mandated to ensure sufficient funding to allow both DTSC and the board to fulfill their duties and responsibilities. In September, the Office of Administrative Law approves fee rate schedules by an emergency rulemaking process, and by October 1st, fee caps and fee rates are set by the board. Our upcoming July 15 board meeting will include a fees presentation that will prepare our board members to consider and vote on the fee rate setting for fiscal year 2025-2026, which will be held during our August 27 and 28 board meeting. Next slide. The board conducts an analysis of the fee structure supporting the department's activities and develops recommendations for funding the department's activities that ensure a reasonable distribution of fees among hazardous waste generators and eliminate resource gaps. Next slide. And as a recap, the Fee Rate and Analysis Subcommittee is responsible for analyzing fee rate scenarios and analyzing the fee structure supporting DTSC activities. The Fee Rate and Analysis Subcommittee members are listed here. Next slide. Next, I will share what the board's role is with regard to DTSC's Hazardous Waste Management Report and Plan. DTSC prepares a hazardous waste management report every 3 years. Their first report was made public in November 2023. And then based on the report, DTSC prepares a hazardous waste management plan, their first draft plan, which was released March 2025. Next slide. For the hazardous waste management plan, the board must hold at least 3 public hearings throughout the state to receive public comments on the draft plan. The board and DTSC shall consider the public comments received and revise the draft plan as they deem appropriate prior to a board vote. To date, the board has held 3 public hearings on the plan. The first was held on March 20 in Fresno. The second hearing was held on April 24 in Berkeley. And the third hearing was held on May 15 in Cypress. And in response to comments and requests that the board has received, we have added a 4th hearing, which will be held on Monday, July 14th, here in this very room, the Byron Shear Auditorium. The hearing is scheduled to be from 3 to 7 p.m., and we anticipate that the public comment period for this plan hearing to begin around approximately 5:30 in the evening. The board will vote on the final plan at a subsequent board meeting, and please check our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov for all meetings and hearing details. Next slide. And then this slide just shows the Hazardous Waste Management Plan subcommittee members. Next slide. BES ombudsperson. So the board was mandated to appoint an ombudsperson to serve as a resource to the public. And our very own Lauren Chandler has been a great asset and resource. Lauren's job is to remain an impartial channel for the public to communicate with DTSC. Lauren receives and researches inquiries. She provides information and assistance as appropriate and then reports her findings to both the board and DTSC's director. And to learn more about our Ombuds program or to submit an inquiry, please visit our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Next slide. The Ombuds Subcommittee works directly with Lauren to make recommendations to the full board as it relates to the Ombuds program. This can include anything from input on what the board would like to see in Lauren's reports, to information that she can utilize to respond to the public when an inquiry is particularly complex. The subcommittee meets regularly to discuss these recommendations and inquiries, and the subcommittee members, again, are listed here for you on the slide. Next slide. Performance Metrics and Reporting Subcommittee. So the board is responsible for approving the director's priorities for the department and performing an annual evaluation of the department's performance compared to those priorities. The Performance Metrics and Reporting Subcommittee works with the director and department leadership to establish metrics for the performance of DTSC's programs. We have started with the Hazardous Waste Management Program and simultaneously have recently begun on safer consumer products. Eventually, we will continue the process with DTSC support programs. Splitting this item into 2 separate working groups, we have listed here for you the subcommittee members for each of them. And I would like to call out 2 updates. The first one for the Hazardous Waste Management Program metrics, Vice Chair Alexis Strauss-Hacker has joined that subcommittee, and member Sushma Bhatia will join the Safer Consumer Products subcommittee. Next slide. DTSC goals, metrics, and priorities. So the board collaborates with the director and takes available resources into account to create a multi-year plan for discussing long-term goals. The board also adopts and evaluates performance metrics for each of the department's programs. The board reviews, considers for approval, and adopts the director's annual priorities for each departmental program. Next slide. In addition, while conducting an analysis of the department's programs, the board shall expand that analysis to related programs in other regulatory agencies, including but not limited to the State Water Resources Control Board, the California Regional Water Quality Control Boards, and the Department of Resources Recycling and Recovery, and to the extent necessary, develop recommendations to improve coordination between programs and to reduce or eliminate duplication or overlap. Next slide. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. Council members, thank you for your time. We would like to take this opportunity to provide contact information for the board. Please visit our website for frequent updates. You may email our general inbox at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And if anyone would like to engage with our board members, subcommittees, or BES team, please don't hesitate to reach out to either myself, Lauren Chandler, or our general email box. Next slide. And with that, we are happy to take any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
I have a question. This one might be funny, but are members of the EJAC allowed to participate as a part of those subcommittees, or are we allowed to be at those meetings?
I can speak on behalf of the subcommittees that we currently have in place now. It's not typically an open subcommittee group. It's typically just the 2 board members and the team members to do working group sessions. But however, at the board meetings, the subcommittees do report back. So that would probably be the best time to engage and respond back to the subcommittee work.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks and Ms. Chandler. Are there any other questions for the BES team? Council? Kevin, go ahead.
So, just unloaded a lot, so it's really can't dive in too hard here, but so one thing that always fascinates me is when people measure themselves. So I understand the BES is now more responsible for that, so we can hold them accountable for that performance measuring. It would be great to see an example of one of those reports and the actual indicators that you're using to measure. So if we could get that, not right now, obviously, but for our next meeting, I'm assuming you've gotten that. I don't know how far along you are in that, and start working on that particular piece.
For clarification, are you referring to the annual evaluation of the department?
No, I'm referring to the performance metrics and reporting subcommittee.
Okay, thank you. We've had several workshops over the last year and a half or so, but I can share links with the EJAC staff that can provide it to the council members of past workshops and board meetings that metrics were discussed at.
Within that, I noted that you had 2 categories. One, the hazardous waste management program. So especially interested in seeing the indicators using to measure that. And then I'm sorry, but I didn't have time to write the other one down. I know I have it. What was the other one again?
The state for consumer products. Yes.
Even more critical with that one, because again, that's public facing in a large way. And I know the EJAC has already expressed we're very interested in that public interface there, is right in the community quite often.
I have many materials for you. So yes, we'll get those over to you.
Good. Thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you.
I have attended some of the BES meetings, and I'm concerned about the permitting process and who's responsible, because I have not been able to find out who is giving permitting processes to people to build $1 million houses on a contaminated military base, while people in the communities that live right there and on the base are walking around homeless. And so something is really wrong, and I'm putting it on the permitting process. And why is that being allowed, and who is making those decisions?
Hello, I'm Greg Forrest. I'm the board's legal counsel, and I just wanted to respond by saying that when we use the term permitting and DTSC permitting, we're talking about the permitting that the state does under its RCRA authority, predominantly for recycling facilities, the 2 Class 1 landfill hazardous waste disposal facilities. The kind of permitting that you're talking about is done at the local level, and we have in the past had presentations from DTSC's site mitigation program to talk about that process, that cleanup process, and how that land is made safe, what techniques are used for that. But just my advice for you, for your terminology, to keep that straight is to think about that in that lens as a site mitigation function.
So you're saying that it's all local, it's the local people who decide that if there's a contaminated water, contaminated soil, landfills, and you name it, that it's up to them because of people with deep pockets to come in and buy up this land and build these $1 million houses that can't even be afforded by the local people, that's all up to the local people?
Not entirely. So the site mitigation program does approve a remedy document for a cleanup per site. That can be a remedial action work plan, a RAW, or a remedial action plan, a RAP, RAW or RAP. So that's the key document that DTSC approves for those, and those give the details of all the different cleanup measures. But in terms of permitting, like issuing building permits, issuing zoning approvals, subdivision approvals, those are done at the local level. So there is a work of collaboration between DTSC and local governments on that.
How do I get a hold of some of that in those acronyms you were just speaking about? I really want to understand the process. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as this group goes forward, there'll be opportunities for some training and some work on behalf of DTSC to explain all that it does and to give you and everybody else a much clearer view of how the department operates.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
If I could
Forrest.
just follow up on that
Apologies.
before you leave
Just one
briefly.
second, Kevin. Magali has had her hand
my
raised
bad.
for a little while, so let's shift to her and then we'll come back to your question. Hard to
Thank
see.
you.
Magali, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. It does make a lot of sense. And I do want to see how we can work in the future to sort of separate between providing permits and also the regulators, that they can be two different entities. Hopefully we can work towards that, and looking forward in working with you, and that you take the recommendations at heart and as professionally and put it in there, the work that we're going to do, that it will be taken, very valuable to you. Thank you again.
Thank you. Kevin, go ahead.
Sure. Going back to the permits on land that's been remediated by the agency. So is there and it always scares me when the lawyers start talking in acronyms. First when the lawyer comes up, and then the acronyms come out, and then we just don't know what the hell's happening. So it's just to be clear, and I get the permit side, but is there any kind of transparency? So you've remediated, this area's been remediated under your supervision, and they've remediated what they can, because often they can't remediate everything, right? So is there a tag, if you will, left on that piece of land so that whoever purchases it, there's automatic disclosure that this is there, and then anybody who is also going to use that piece of land have access to that as well?
Well, okay, so I mean, I'm really here to support as best I can and to explain, what the board's functions are, and I have some experience with DTSC's site mitigation program because before my current role, I did advise on site mitigation.
Perfect.
So that's kind of what I'm drawing on now to
Experience,
answer that
yeah.
question. But I really think that you deserve to have like a prepared presentation from the site mitigation program
Sure.
to really walk you through all that, because there's multiple steps in the process. And there are some really fantastic examples of some really productive brownfield sites, particularly in the East Bay. The city of Emeryville's done quite a lot of work around brownfields. So I think that's a topic that just merits a presentation in and of itself. And I don't want to, make scrambled eggs out of that here right now. But I think, you've got some real experts at DTSC that can explain. And there is a public participation process for that. And that remedy document that I mentioned before is sort of the key aspect of that.
Yeah, I was just really curious of the time frame of when we would get that presentation, and now I'm also curious about the public presentation of that data as well, and what that looks like.
Sure, yeah. So I think that's something you can take back to your staff, and, you know, they'll be able to work with you and get you that, and you can make that a priority, and perhaps at a future meeting, you can have one of the key representatives of site mitigation come and present on that.
That sounds like a great agenda item. Thank you. I'm going to call on Karen. See her hand is raised.
Thank you. Thank you for, again, thank you. Just going to echo what my colleague said. Thank you for the presentation. And I think along those lines, sort of following up with what Miguel asked, in terms of these public presentations, I'm wondering what our role is in terms of EJAC being able to help translate those presentations. So for example, in my work, I'm in Los Angeles. And a lot of conversations I have in our public meetings, particularly working with our governmental organizations, is around translation, but they ignore the fact that African Americans, many Black people, have low literacy levels. In fact, at the lower ends, it's actually lower than our Latino populations. And so when we're talking about some of these issues, I'm wondering how might the EJAC be helpful in making sure that before we have these public presentations, that we've had an opportunity to at least assist with that translation to ensure that some of our populations, whether it's race, ethnicity, literacy levels, are able to understand and participate in those discussions.
Yeah, you know, I just wanted again to echo what Karen said and maybe add a different flavoring on this portion is for like the public participation piece. There's a lot of folks within our communities that never went past what's called secundaria, which is like, I don't know, like middle school here in the United States. And so I'm wondering again how we can help to make sure that those materials are understandable, and if there's any opportunities for us to collaborate on those materials, I think that'd be really great.
Thank you, EJAC members. I'd just like to highlight too, based on this conversation, that this might be some great things to think about if you want to work on the public participation manual update for DTSC. Those are some great thoughts on how to bring that outreach to a broader community.
Actually, I'll, if I may.
Yes, go
I would
ahead.
add that I think that the public participation manual is going to be something that's going to take like a year, which I can explain at another time why it's going to take. It's not like a little short manual, but we do often have a revisit into best practices, best communications practices, something we can do right now. And we also have, and we can have a presentation on this. This is one of those things you guys can put on the list. We also have mandates for readability, common language. I'm not thinking of all the buzzwords right now, but looking at grade levels and readability. And if we're not, again, because all of you represent fingers in the community, if we're not hitting the mark, that's what we need to know.
And real quick, Shirlene, I just wanted to know, when is that slated to happen? Does it happen like once a year? And if so, what's the time frame looking like?
What the best management practices? Oh, we probably look at ourselves about 3 or 4 times a year and see how we can do something better.
And we as a board, is there like a way we can?
We as a unit look at ourselves and say, okay, we need to do better with community engagement. How are we reaching out to grassroots groups?
Yes.
And we might have a workshop on that, with an internal workshop on that. We are looking at how we use plain language. That was the key I was looking for. How we use plain language, and we have a workshop on that. So when something comes to our attention that is not serving the public the way we want it, we try to correct it. So.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sirlene. Gail, I see your hands raised. Is that a legacy hand? Okay. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from the EJAC at this time regarding the BES presentation? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Ms. Brooks and Ms. Chandler and the BES staff and board members who are here today. We really appreciate you coming down here and speaking to us.
Thank you.
So our next agenda item is a break. I would like to add an agenda item for us to quickly discuss before we move on to our break. We have, the public record for all of your actions taken today. And just to reiterate for the record and for our note takers, I would just like to clarify your vote for nominating Karen Lincoln and Miguel Alatorre as co-chairs. Ms. Stone, if you could give me a yay, nay, or an abstain, that would just be helpful for the record. I apologize. I just wasn't clear before when I was calling
But
for a
that,
vote.
okay, if they got most of the votes, that's what counts. I'm at this point, I don't feel like I'm because I don't have enough information.
Okay. Can we count that as an abstain vote from you then? Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying. All right. Well, thank you all so much. We're actually ahead of schedule. And we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. Up next, we have public comments. Would you like to move to public comments? Okay.
Go home early.
Can I?
Hello, EJAC, we're not taking a break after all. Yeah.
Okay. Everyone is still here. We have to give ourselves just a minute here to grab the public comment cards.
Process. We're ahead of schedule. I hate to do this to everybody. We're ahead of schedule. We circulated an agenda with an approximate time for public comment. Should we not honor that? Are we going to still be, I don't want people, if they think we're going to do public comment at
That's a really good point.
whatever time we said we were going to do public comment.
I believe we should keep the agenda time for public comments.
I agree, just in case anyone planned their day around this specific time.
Right, because
So those of us who are driving back to Fresno, we could take public comment online
Right.
virtually at that point.
You could, if we're going, with all due respect,
Yeah, we want to avoid that traffic as much as we can, man.
I appreciate that, but with all due respect, Kevin, with all due respect, you didn't have a lot of public comment this morning. Maybe you will this afternoon, maybe you won't, but I'm sure you could take it in the car, kind of like you did as you were coming. If it's midnight and we're taking public comment, I'm sure we can let you do it in the car.
All right. So I'm hearing that we want to take public comment at 4:35, agenda item 11. Closer to 4:30.
I'm mixed up. No.
Okay. How do people feel about a 45-minute break?
I just have a question. I thought we were, okay, I guess we got mixed up with public comment and public something else because I thought it was at 2 o'clock. Oh, there's two?
Yeah, there's two. We already heard public comments for agenda item 5. Now we're on agenda item 11.
Oh, so you're taking them by. Oh, I see.
Here's another one. Maybe we see if
I know, tell me about it.
Because I'm used to. public
maybe we
comment
see,
being,
this is another
what we
approach. Maybe we
talk
see if
about."
there's anyone now who would like to offer a public comment.
Anybody out there?
Are there any folks on Zoom who wish to make a public comment at this time? Please raise your hand.
Seems like we got to work on being more popular.
There are no Zoom public comments, and there are no in-person public comments.
Okay. Let me call from our interpreters.
There is a public comment.
Go ahead, Karen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I just want to raise my hand. So from my purview, and this is inclusive of all the staff and everyone else who's on Zoom, there are 59 attendees. So my hope is that if there is a public comment, that we can at least engage those who are on Zoom, and then we can figure out how to carve out time after the break for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Karen. I don't believe anyone has raised their hand on Zoom at this time. So we would like to revisit this public comment period. How about a break of 30 minutes, 45 minutes? Would you like to come back at 4? Does that sound?
I think whatever
Okay.
time is on the agenda for us that the public comments should be, I think that's when we should come back.
Okay, I'm hearing Magali would like to come back at 4:35 to keep the same public comment time.
I'll second Magali.
Okay, should we call for a vote on this? Sorry, 4:35, the same agenda item time for agenda item 11.
If we need a vote, I'll make a motion that we break until 4:35.
That is what I'm hearing from the room, that folks would like to come back at the session time when it's scheduled, in case folks were planning on scheduling their day around public comment. We can have a discussion on that motion. Would anyone like to discuss having a different time for?
Second it.
Was that Nam?
Say it again, Nam?
Yeah, I would like to second that motion.
Come back at 4:35. Okay. Any discussion? If not, I can call for a vote.
A vote's good.
Okay. A vote to come back at 4:35. Miguel Alatorre.
Aye.
George Galvis is not present. Kevin Hamilton.
Aye.
Karen Lincoln.
Yes.
Nam Nguyen.
Yes.
Magali Sanchez Hall.
Yes.
And Levon Stone.
Same.
We have an abstention. All right. Well, thank you all. We will meet back here at 4:35, where we will hear any public comments that we might have.
Oh, wow, wow. No, where you at?
So nice.
Well, I don't know.
See you again. Oh, yeah. It was very nice to meet you.
Where
I
you
so
at?
sad I didn't make it last. It was really nice meeting
Well,
you.
thank you. I'm quite sure we have
Really
some
appreciate
great
you.
conversations.
Yeah, I can't wait to learn more from you.
Down,
Yes. Where you were?
that puppy. Where you at? Come and get me.
We will jump in.
Oh, boy.
Probably be right around Elk Grove about.
Thank you.
Oh.
God, I didn't sign in. All I did was open the thing up and I put my name down. So I'm on a list with about 59 people. Like, what are they're gonna hold it against me when this thing turns into a disaster? And what's funny, I don't recognize one of those 59 people. You know, you'd think there'd be a couple of, like, you know, industry types or lobbyists or something. Yeah, I bet you there's somebody secretly monitoring this craziness. I at least hope so. Somebody at the Chamber of Commerce with nothing better to do. Ay, ay, ay. I'd love to hear these public comments, so. I guess I can.
Excuse me, James, you're not on mute, and so we can hear you.
Welcome back, EJAC members. We are going to continue on to agenda item 11. And maybe just so that I can figure out who all we have and see if we have a quorum, I'm going to do a roll call. And please just, say here if you're here. Miguel Alatorre.
I
Kevin, are
believe
you?
he's with Kevin and they're driving back.
No, he
Okay.
stayed. He and his team are doing some team building. I don't know if he's
All
going to
right.
get on.
Okay. Well, let's see. George is not here. Kevin here. Karen Lincoln.
Here.
I'm here.
Am Nguyen.
Here.
Magali Sanchez Hall.
Here.
Lavon Stone. Okay. All right. We do have quorum though. There's 4 of you. So let's continue on. We're going to hear now, we're going to open the floor for public comment for items not on the agenda. Speakers will be given 3 minutes, if we can set that timer. And we have allotted 60 minutes for this public comment period. We ask public commenters to please state your name and affiliation if relevant. If you're on Zoom and you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. We were going to start with in-person speakers, then Zoom speakers, and then we will call for comments from the Spanish language dial-in line, and then we'll read public comments from the chat out loud. Lillian, do we have any speakers in public right now who wish to speak on this item?
We have no in-person public comments.
All right. Thank you. Do we have any speakers on Zoom right now who wish to speak on this item?
We have one hand raised from 1-831-655-9902.
All right. Phone number, please share your comment, come unmuted, and let us know what you have to share. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Beatty. I sent a letter to the council regarding a planned burn that's happening in Monterey County at the Fort Ord Superfund site. But I have another issue that I want to talk about as well. The state is proposing to build a campground. In fact, the process has already begun at the former Fort Ord beach ranges, where for decades these were used as rifle ranges and have lead bullets and lead dust in the beach. There are no notices posted, and yet this at a recent meeting, the county was talking about how this would allow people from the Salinas Valley, low-income residents that don't get to go to the beach, to come to the beach, to this particular beach. This is a lead poisoning issue. The people of Flint deserve justice on lead poisoning, but right now the people who live or go to school at CSUMB or visit Monterey County don't seem to deserve the same justice, and the state has not posted signs at the beach warning about this. To think of people camping in the midst of all this lead toxicity is really frightening. I wanted to also summarize what I had said to the council on my comments about the planned burn. The past burns have caused incredible sickness and problems for the communities surrounding the former Fort Ord. And this includes the low-income residents of Seaside and Marina, as well as people in Salinas. There's a farm worker housing area that's on the other side of what's called Highway 68, very near this area. It also affects people in the upper echelons of income. It's really a no no barrier issue. But the people that have been closest to the burn in the city of Seaside and city of Marina have been sort of locked out of the justice for them. There have been attempts to stop these burns, but they have not been successful. And I'm asking the council to take steps in the strongest way possible to get this planned burn for this year. There may be multiple burns, but at least one burn and others to be stopped permanently so that we don't have the toxins that are at the Fort Ord Superfund site get lofted into the air and then distributed and fall out in our yards and our homes. and in our lungs. The people with existing health problems, compromised immune systems, those who don't have the luxury to be able to go stay in some fancy hotel somewhere while the burn is happening, children. These are some of the populations that are most at risk from this very toxic smoke. I sent the council articles, a few of the articles that have been published on the type of toxicity that is at Fort Ord and is likely to be lofted up into the air and then deposited far and wide, depending on where the wind shifts. So I asked the council to take steps to give justice to this community for all its residents, particularly those who have had less voice, who've been ignored by officials, to stand for them and oppose the Army's planned burn by letters, by action, by anything that you can do to stop this terrible thing. And so that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. I joined late, but I did want to ask if there was a way that you can reshare the data that you had sent to the EJAC previously. That would be really helpful for me to review that data. And I don't know how I can plug in my email, or what would be the best way for you to resend that information to me. But that's my comment.
Okay, I sent it to the EJAC info at dtsc.ca.gov. If there's a better email address I can send it to, I will. My name is Nina Beatty, and I live in Monterey.
Nina, thank you so much for your comment. I really appreciate you being a part of this public comment period. And I want to say I truly want to make sure that we capture that information. And so I'm going to go ahead and give you my personal email. So in the future, if there's any comments.
We have it. We have it. We received it on Sunday. We
Okay.
have it.
Charlene, if you could forward my contact information to Nina, so that way we can follow up, that would be really appreciative. Thank you so much.
That'd be great. Yeah, I lived in Seaside during some of these burns, and it was really bad. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see Magali has her hand raised.
No, I just wanted to say the same. I wanted just to ask the same questions Miguel was asking. And I think it is important to, if we can get that information as well and look at that. And this is exactly what I'm here for, to hear the community and see how we can tackle some of the issues that are happening.
All right, so the staff will forward the email to y'all to your EJAC email addresses. We got it yesterday, so we didn't have a chance to get it to you today.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you all. Are there any other comments on Zoom right now, Lillian?
There are no, well, actually, I am seeing a hand raised still from Nina. So if you wanted to follow up, feel free to unmute. Or if it's a legacy hand, feel free to lower your hand. Okay, there are no other comments on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask the interpreters now if there are any phone Spanish language dial-in comments for interpretation.
Good afternoon. This is the Spanish interpreter speaking. There are currently no hands up on the Spanish line.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank
All
you.
right. Are there any other discussion items from EJAC members regarding this public comment period that you'd like to discuss right now?
This is Miguel. I wanted to know if there's a way where we can switch, and maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but I really want to make sure that I'm available for the public as needed. So I don't know if there's a way where we can put maybe my email underneath that EJAC email, because I think that would be more helpful to folks to dialogue with a real human being. Well, I guess there's a real human being on the other side of the EJAC email too, but just in case, I wouldn't mind having my contact email posted there if that's something we can do.
I will refer that.
I agree with that. I think we should all have our email addresses on with our.
We can update the website to include all of your email addresses. We will include the EJAC email addresses for
Thank you
everyone.
very much, Charlene.
Well, any other comments on this item? I think I see any. Oh, Karen, go ahead.
Sorry, I have a quick comment. I realized that the EJAC info email has already been established. I'm wondering, it's in some instances, I'm used to one email being comprised of multiple people. So would it be easier to have an email that has the EJAC council, or are we going to stick with individual? I'm just concerned about having individual emails as an option, unless we can ensure that the entire committee is receiving the information.
Okay, so let's clarify. There's an info@EJAC email. That's the general public email that's on the website. And then each of you all have an email. I don't have it memorized, but it's something like Karen Lincoln at EJAC DTSC.California, something like that. So I'm saying that in addition to the info@EJAC, we can have the 7 of you. We can put your emails on the website. So it can say Magali at EJAC@DTSC, Karen at EJAC@DTSC, Nam okay, like that. So is that what we're asking?
Well, I understand that. And I was just thinking, is there a way to make it a little bit easier? So if someone emails the EJAC, we all receive the email. Otherwise, it's going to be individual EJAC members, or we can just agree that if we get an individual email, that we will make sure that we share it with everyone else. And I know we check our emails at different times. I just want to ensure that we're receiving the information at the same time, and that all of us are receiving the information.
Let me ask my staff, who then can ask the OEIM team how we can do that, if
Right.
we can do that.
Yeah. And the abbreviated request is, can they create a group email?
Yes. So, yes. So let me see how we can do that.
Okay. Thank you.
All. Any other comments for this item? Like no one has any comments. So with that, I will close the public comment period. And we'll move to our last agenda item, which is closing remarks and adjourning. Before we adjourn this meeting, I would like to take a moment just to reflect on some of the outcomes from today. And just to reflect that you all voted on your July meeting agendas to discuss budget, governance, and how you want to work with community. You voted on a consensus model for your decision making. You voted to adopt 2 subcommittees. You voted to select Karen and Miguel as co-chairs. So I just want to thank you all for your participation today. I know that was a lot of work. We actually are ahead of schedule, but thank you all so much. And we accomplished so much together as a team today. I'd also like to just open the floor right now for the co-chairs if they want to share any final remarks before we adjourn. Oh, Magali.
Yes.
Before you go, Magali, I just want to confirm with all of you that the email from Ms. Nina Beatty has been sent to all of you to your EJAC email addresses.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to say, I'm not sure if with the working groups, I'm not sure how are we going to move to in the next meeting to work on those working groups. I know we call them subcommittees, but we said we were going to go ahead and look at what we were going to do. So, and also for the working groups, we had decided that anyone will be in those working groups, right? Just wanted to make, because we're moving with the subcommittees, that it will be open to everyone that will want to work on those, and that won't be the chair and the co-chair or the co-chairs. And the last thing I wanted to say, congratulations, Karen and Miguel. Looking forward to your leadership.
Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you, Magali, for raising that question. My understanding of the subcommittees or work groups is that we decided or agreed that at least one co-chair would be on one of the groups versus the original plan was to have both on each. I think that was the conversation that I remember.
That's correct.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yes, and we also talked about having a meeting in July that was a working session before the public meeting. And I think at that working session, we can assign the co-chairs if they so choose, assign folks who are interested to fill positions on those subcommittees. Does that sound okay with you all as a good approach? I see some head
Yeah, yeah, I think because NAM had that sort of concern as well before.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we can definitely ensure that folks who want to be on these subcommittees are on them. I also just want to flag as a next step, we had proposed and we heard from most of you all that this works for a regular cadence of meetings as the fourth Wednesday of the month. I recognize you might not have your calendars open right now, but I just want to check with you all to see if there's any thoughts on that, on whether that works for you all.
I'm sorry, what days?
I apologize. I didn't recognize that there was a hand raised.
No, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Miguel, I'm sorry.
I just raised my hand because I wanted to thank everyone for being with us today. I wanted to thank the rest of the EJAC members for their time, their energy, their dedication to the communities that we serve. And I really look forward to working with all of you guys and helping the department to achieve better community engagement and better decision making for the communities that we serve. So thank you guys very, very much for working towards the betterment of California.
Thank you, Miguel. And apologies, I'm having trouble seeing the hands raised on my little screen. Magali, would you like to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to say, what dates? You said the fourth week of the month, but I did not hear. I did not.
Apologies. The fourth Wednesday of the month, based on our scheduling poll, that is a date that looked pretty open for you all. There was support for that for regular cadence of meetings to be the fourth Wednesday of the month. It helps our team just to, is there anyone who has an issue with that?
I'm so sorry. I didn't catch the dates. Could you repeat those for me?
Yeah, we're talking about a regular cadence for our meetings being the fourth Wednesday of the month. I recognize not everyone is here, but I just wanted to do a pulse check with those of you that are online. Nam, go ahead.
Yeah, so for the next 2 months, I can make it to the meetings, but I'll be late for the first half because I have like back-to-back meetings on Wednesday mornings. But I can definitely make it on the Wednesdays. It's just I won't be like if there's not quorum, then if you guys need quorum, I'll show up. But I have meetings during that in the morning time.
For the next 2 months, Nam?
Yeah, July and August.
Okay.
Are we meeting?
Thank you.
Are we meeting in the morning or are we meeting in the afternoon? Are we have yet to determine?
Yet to determine that.
I apologize. I raised my hand because I wanted to clarify if these were meetings where we would be involving the general public. Because if that's so, then I would recommend an afternoon timeline so that more community members would be able to join. But if I'm mistaken, I can be flexible to whenever time the majority of the EJAC can participate.
That's helpful to know. Thank you. And no, we haven't determined whether the meeting we're talking about is a working closed session or a public session. But that's helpful feedback for our team when scheduling to know that you prefer afternoon for the public.
I have another question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Earlier, there was a mention of having 2 meetings in July. Are you still looking at that?
Yes, I believe there was a motion. I will have to go back to the meeting notes. I apologize, but I believe the motion on the floor was to have 2 meetings in July. Both are virtual. One is a working session and one is open to the public. However, we only have one date based on our scheduling poll that works for, we'll have to go back and do another scheduling poll. I just wanted to check with you all about the 4th Wednesday going forward. But it sounds like we have some feedback about a preference for the afternoon for the public sessions. Yeah, are there any other thoughts on that? Is there anyone who has a no-go on those dates generally?
I should be good.
I'm good on it.
Okay, was that Nam and Kevin?
That was
Miguel
Miguel.
and Kevin, and I'm sorry, Adali. It's
Okay.
it's fine for me. I think I indicated that it was fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
it worked
thank
if
you.
it's in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you all.
Yeah, also to clarify, the poll was for the late afternoon.
Thank you, Lillian. All right, team. So again, I just want to open the floor for comments and closing remarks from the 2 co-chairs. I know, Miguel, you already spoke, but if you'd like to share other final words, yeah, please feel free. Karen, would you like to share any closing remarks?
Sure. Yeah, just really brief remarks. You know, I'm really excited to work with this group and for us to get to know each other. And my intention, even throwing my hat in the ring to be a part of this in my application, was to engage communities that have not been engaged. And I still believe that that is one of the reasons why I'm here, and not just so much in decision making, which I think is really important, but also those who are making decisions to better engage with our communities. And so I'm looking forward to engaging in that work.
So much, Karen. Gail, do you have anything else you'd like to share?
I guess I just say for the public, for the people from the public that made a comment, we really appreciate you. We really look forward to involving more of the general public and anything that we can do as a council to make sure that we're really getting into your communities and that we're really listening to your voices and amplifying the concerns within your community. Please feel free to reach out. I'm not a robot. I'm not an agency official, right? I'm a real human being that really cares about all of the communities that we live to serve. So with that being said, if any of the general public were to ever need someone to speak to regarding the EJAC and the issues that we cover, please feel free to reach out to me via the email that will be put on the DTSC website. And I really look forward to involving more of the communities as we move this work forward, and really thankful for DTSC and for the rest of the EJAC and the BES for having our back and helping us to really move community issues forward. So again, very, very grateful to be in this space. Very thankful for my fellow EJAC members. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. All right, well, I'm going to close our first public meeting of the Environmental Justice Advisory Council. And thank you all so much. We look forward to seeing you in July. The meeting is
Thanks.
adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Good night.
Thank you.
Yeah.